Alright, here's the deal. This either happens today, or we're not getting a great one as kill number 100,000. So I'll make a big screen just so you guys can see. We are at 99,814 kills. That means we're 186 away from 100k. A typical stream, we get about 250. So if we get, let's say, within about 30, and we haven't gotten it, we're actually going to go and set up for whitetail so that we don't go over that amount. Because we're going to kill something good for 100k, whether that's a great one today or diamond, rare, or something in the future. So, all that out of the way, let's get after it. What's up, man? What are we going after today? We are trying to get a great one fallow, or just hopefully get something good for 100k. I guess if a super rare shows up, that's a thing we could do. So we're going to set the time for maximum luck to 12:12. I also have the 300 ammo at 12:12. If this doesn't happen, just ain't meant to be. So laggy, I think that's probably YouTube's and everything's fine on my end. What are we looking at here? We got a 4, and a nice 4. Fairly positive. What's up, Mel? Welcome on in. I saw you as well, Kane. No great one just yet. We had a pretty good stream on Friday. Like, we were killing a bunch of flies. I thought maybe it was going to happen. And then, you know, just like that, it fell off. And no more flies were showing up. Towards the end of the stream, we started to get them again. So I hope that means early on today they'll be showing up. We shall see. Can you leave some rare woodies for the rest of us? I want one so bad. I can try, man. I keep going out there and, you know, like, hunt early morning, chase Manitoban elk, maybe, you know, hunt bison, bighorn for a little bit, and I always end up going back to that spot, and for some reason, rare wood ducks just keep on flying over. Thank you, Billy. Got a 183 piebald whitetail. Nice, Luke. Your frames are 12. Maybe that's it. Maybe I gotta lag more. We were lagging when the super rare muley showed up. What's going on, by the way, K-Flow? Like the stream for fallow, great one, luck. We need something, I know that. My favorite great one grind? If you mean like an individual grind that we've done, I guess the OG whitetail grind, just because that was so like unknown at the time, but let's say if you're talking more of like a style of grind, I might say the fox grind. And the reason I like the fox is that it is different. You have to think a little bit differently for that one. It's not like other grinds that you typically do. I think we might be on today. That's a good sign. Great one at 100,012. Well, if that happens, unfortunately, I'm going to be so mad too. So if we get just shy of 100k today, I'm going to stop and go and set up our whitetail grind, because that'll give us something to do, still productive, but that's not going to start racking up a bunch of kills, because I want to get something good for number 100k. But yeah, if we then come back to the fallow grind, like let's say next or Friday, I guess it would be, and we get it immediately, that would be annoying. I did not, Mel. Great one will appear after 99,999. It better appear a little sooner than that, because we're just not going to quite go to that point. Just guess who just got trolled by level 5 Springbuck? Oh, that sucks, Riley. Was it at least close? Because I know they had that weird bug for there for a while. They were scoring like 50. Actually managed to join a stream. What's up, Jack? Welcome on in. Hey, Fallow Hunter. How many kills total? Here, let's get all these just so we can, well, 2 out of the 3 of these. Right now, 99,818. So I'm going to stop at something like 99,970, 975, somewhere in there. So we shall see. Are you talking about 100k including all your fallow grinds? 100k total ever. Going all the way back to, you know, February, mid-February 2017, our very first kills in the game. The only stuff I guess that doesn't include is like beginner series videos. Other than that, every kill ever is in there. How many zones should I have for fallow? I don't know the exact number. Fallow is one that's kind of less zones than a lot, though. A lot of species, I should say. That guy's going down. There we go. What's up, Anton? Welcome on in. Imagine if it shows up as number 100k. Like I said, we're going to quit a little bit shy. Because, like, otherwise, I want to get something good for 100k. So, we'll quit, you know, 20, 25 away, whatever it's got to be if we haven't gotten it. So that, you know, we can come back out for a video this week and, you know, go into multiplayer and try to find some kind of cool rare or whatever we can find. Guess I'll fallow grind with you. You're saying you're fallowing along? Good luck to you, man. What's up, E-Man? Didn't get to go for opening fall turkey today? Holy, you guys open early. Are you Michigan? I can't keep everybody, you know, I can't keep track of everybody is what I'm trying to say, but I feel like that's right. How many bucks should I have in a zone? It varies. You ideally, like, if it's a grinding zone, if it's a zone that you're... one of your main zones, let's say, you ideally want more than one. 2 is fine. 3, 4, you know, that can be even better. If it's a solo buck zone, that's less ideal. Couple of small ones over there, nothing on that side. Something we did on Friday, by the way. We checked this area, and there was a level 5 here, and a couple of, like, decent 4s. So we're probably gonna go back down there at some point, give that a look. Maybe that's been what's holding us up, so we shall see. On to the next one. Hey, Luke, good to see you, man. Today was Missouri bow opener. Oh, I gotcha. Did you get out today? Whitetail opened yesterday for us in Florida. Is a Sunday opener, like, a common thing some places? I mean, we couldn't even hunt Sundays till basically this year. But we've always, pretty much every season, is a Saturday opener. A little foggy out here. Did we not get that? I don't know what we did. That's a little more like it. Don't have a bow? Fair enough. This guy, what's up, Dip? Correct, I am a mitten man. just checking to make sure. I got you. You guys must have a great turkey population then. Our fall turkey is like November, I think. Hey, Malek. Does your wife have a different way to say last cast? I don't know. Unsure. Did we get in the render at this spot? Whoops. Wasn't good one too. Wasn't supposed to do that way. Rifle was Monday a few years ago. You talk about PA? This is true. Just getting into Classic, I'm very confused. Any tips? I made a 30-minute guide of like how to play the Hunter Classic 2-ish years ago. I'd recommend giving that a look. That could probably help you out. But if you got anything like specifically you're struggling with that you'd like answers on, I can do my best to answer that. We got through that awfully quick. Why? I guess because we didn't check over here. Not gonna complain. Let's see what's up here. Only get one tag. That's the trade-off for the long season. Like one fall turkey tag, we do as well. Things be broken with this car? Uh-oh. That seems to be a bad thing. Hey, Adrian. Hope you didn't watch the end of yesterday's game. That got to be a little hard to watch. Alright, we got 2. They started to show up in good numbers when we came up here last time. Why didn't we get the last vid early? Oh, was that yesterday or Saturday? I think it was Saturday's vid, right? That wasn't early? Yesterday's video should have came out really early. Saturday's video, I was up first thing in the morning going to help my dad build a tree stand, and then I had some tree stand stuff of my own to do, so I just didn't manage to post it before I left. 10 miles brand new? Nice. Tips for grinding red fox. If you're not doing the island method, I would strongly consider doing the island method. I know, you guys know Pooch, live streamer over on Twitch. He's doing his fox grind on Emerald Coast, and I think Kyla just told me he's at, was it 3,050 males, so over 6,000 kills total? Still going, and the best I can tell, like, from watching his streams and stuff, it looks pretty inconsistent. The island method on Stalls Weasel Park for me, if nothing else, was always consistent. And beyond that, like, what I would do is, you know, I'd go and find my fox zones, set up, kill them, and then find new fox zones, and add a tent and a tripod for that spot. There's only so many places they can drink on that island, and once you have all the setups, it's just kind of a fast travel over and over game. What's up, VKT? Still grinding for a great one. Gensbuck and Super Rare Grizzly left aside. I never wanted a Super Rare Grizzly, I just wanted the Gold Albino, but I've kind of changed my tune on the Grizzly thing, and like, rare birds are the reason. I always wanted, like, basically, the way that I viewed it, in the Trophy Lodge, I thought, you know, a silver rare, like, let's say a level 1 albino whitetail. I think a diamond in that spot looks cooler, but when it comes to non-antlered animals, or whatever, you know, level 1 or level 9 albino grizzly, they look identical. And when I started killing some really cool rare birds and they weren't golds, that's where that kind of shifted in my head. But anyway, the Gensbuck thing, eventually I think I will get back to it, I just don't know when. That's a good one. Solid level 4, that's 1 extra. Is there a way to grind tiger consistently? I've never done a tiger grind, so that I don't know. Any pork lines? When does deer season start in PA? So technically the early units, I think, are maybe Saturday? That'd be my guess. Statewide, which I don't have an early unit, is October 4th. So I have just under 3 weeks to wait. And I'm getting to the point that most stuff is done. I have another blind or 2 to put up for Kyla. You guys don't know she's pregnant, so she's not exactly going to be climbing into trees this year, so I got to get her ground blind set up. My stands are pretty much all in place. Like the way my bow is shooting. I need to check out my leaded nocks to make sure arrows are flying good with those. They should be. Never had any problems with them before. Other than that, hurry up and wait. That's about it. Longest grind, kill total longest grind was my first black bear went 8,000 plus. But we got, you know, the game threw us a bone. Our second black bear was like 300 kills. Struggling to find animals in Classic. Okay, so if you're familiar with the Hunter Call of the Wild, and I'm assuming you maybe are, you know, I'm running around right now, right? In the Hunter Classic, the way that I always think of it is I move one stage slower than I would be in Call of the Wild. So in Call of the Wild, I'm pretty much always running. In Classic, I'm pretty much always walking. But as soon as I hear an animal call, or, you know, if I see an animal, if I'm approaching an area, maybe like a tree stand that I want to hunt, I'm going to crouch as I move in. Like that kind of thing. So move slowly, have your hunter mate equipped, listen for calls and ID those and like call those animals in, that'll help. Also, assuming you haven't like bought a bunch of equipment, Logger's Point has a couple of different deer species. You're going to start with that doe bleed caller. So having multiple deer species around is probably useful. Oh, got an 11.98 Super Troll Raccoon the other day. It was tragic. That does sound really annoying. What fur was he? Does PA know you're a content creator? They may give you free early access. You know, I never thought of that. I'll have to hit up the Game Commission. Can I get early access to shoot those bucks that everybody else can't hunt yet? Waiting for another IRL hunting video with a rifle. Those are cool. Our rifle season doesn't open until, Saturday after Thanksgiving, so I don't know exactly what that date is this year, but got a ways to go for rifle, but archery's just around the corner. Never like that angle, it never goes well for us. Let's get that 4 in this one. Missed that one by a mile. Maybe we'll just let him go rather than track. Should I go to water? Animals don't have, like, zones or anything in Classic. They just basically free roam. You can find animals by water. Like, Timbergold Trails, for instance, I'll walk up the river all the time. Not because animals are drinking or anything, but because, naturally, water provides, like, an open area you can see far, because there are a lot of trees and stuff growing in the middle of the water. So, yeah, that could be, like, an option, but I would just kind of, you know, pick a direction, walk that way, and wait for an animal to call. Dad said I can get his 30-06 with a scope and a silencer. Nice. It was just a gray piebald, but I've never gotten a super rare. It could have been an extra cool super rare, because it'd be the only one left, I think, that's spelled incorrectly. Because, of course, it says gray piebald. The, well, which bear was it? One of the bear, it was, maybe the cream fur or whatever. Instead of fabled, it said foulbed. Not always the most elite spelling around here. What do you think of our defense? I'm not sure they're as bad as they looked, but they should be a whole lot better considering the talent and what we're paying them. Foulbed Spirit, that was it. What's up, Justin? Want to know what's crazy? Isaac Tesla has only gotten 2 catches in his whole career, and they were both one-handed catches. Confirmed elite. If a new vehicle came to the game, what would you like to have? I think like a 2-seater of any kind, like a side-by-side, like way the Hunter has. You know, you could do a Angler-esque Jeep even. I guess the Hunter Classic has Jeeps already. Something like that could be neat. What's up, Coop? Likely going hunting for the first time with a friend this year. Hoping it's as fun as it seems. I think it will be. You know, just like, as long as your expectations are in the right place. And what I mean by that is, you know, maybe don't expect deer to be running everywhere and to head out and punch a tag within 15 minutes. It's not quite like it looks like on TV and all that kind of stuff, but it is some of the most fun, like most rewarding, best time you can spend outdoors or anywhere. But I say that to say, like, the first time I ever hunted with Kyla, like literally the first time we deer hunted together, we saw, I don't know, 10 or 15 deer, a decent little buck, ended up killing a doe at like, I don't know, 12 yards or something, with Kyla right there filming it. And I think that kind of set an unrealistic expectation for her, because for a year or two there, if we didn't see any deer or didn't see very many deer, she was always kind of disappointed. But I think, you know, it's gotten to the point now that she's, what will this be, year 4 or 5? Now it's like, okay. I always told her at the beginning, like, it's a marathon, not a sprint. We're not going to kill a deer today, maybe. We're not going to kill one tomorrow. We keep going out there, we're going to get one. We're going to catch up with them eventually. And that was, you know, something I learned at 10 or whatever. With far less opportunities to go, like you would go once a week. So it's a lot easier to be like, didn't get him this time. You start going day after day and not getting him, it is demoralizing. But as long as you get that, you know, right frame of mind, right expectations, just keep on going. I went to the Dolphins-Patriots game. I heard it was actually a fairly decent game, a lot of points. Did not get to see the game. Hello. Nice 4. I was unfortunately too busy watching the Steelers just bungle multiple key plays, so that was great. Okay, what we're supposed to do at this lake is fast travel over here and go down. Hey, Andrew. Fallow great ones are not real. I agree. Hey, Andrew, good to see you, man. Dabbling in any other games off-channel lately? So what game was I watching? Must have been the Thursday night game. I kind of like got done with everything I needed to do for the day, and I was like, I'm gonna watch whoever played. I already forget. Commanders Packers. And I wanted something to do, so I just fired up Farming Sim and played that while I was watching. That was fun. Other than that, not really. That was, well, don't ask what happened, but it worked out fine. Good enough. Now we use a 4-wheeler. Your herds are huge. My biggest herd is 6 animals. I think this is partly due to the fact that I did a 6,000 kill fallow grind years ago. And when you kill thousands of animals, areas that you maybe don't grind a lot, you'll see over time more and more animals like fill that spot up. So it's a little bit of that kind of thing. It's almost like mega zones that I would get with beavers. It'll happen. What's up, Bad Mojo? Good to see you. Welcome on in. 239 there. Just dying for hockey season. Only a few more days till it starts up again. Hockey season? I like a different season that starts with H. It's hunting season, if anybody didn't know. What's up, mods? Love your content. Where are you gonna grind whitetail? The plan is to do it on the Reventuly Coast. You know, I did a whitetail grind on Layton all those years ago, back in 2020. There was a point where I, like, sort of tried to do one on Rancho, but I never spent that much time at it. Didn't really like grinding on Rancho that much. And when I look at it now, like, all the different options, I think Reventuly is the one I'd like to grind the most, so that's the plan. Hey, Jivers, how's it going, man? Sounds good, Adrian. We'll catch you later. A little late, but what's up? How's it going, Riley? Good to see you, man. We're cruising along here. We're killing a bunch of big 4s. No 5s, no rares just yet. 218, and I guess that guy's far enough away. We'll take the 4-wheeler a little further. And I'm gonna keep an eye on the kill count too, just to get a grasp of how quickly we're gonna come up on, you know, that 100K mark. That is a 243. Where are we sitting at now? So we've already gotten like 30 kills, and it's been 20 minutes. It can go pretty quick, but peninsula runs and all that sort of stuff will kind of slow things down. Just letting you know beforehand, deer like to move around on Reventuly. I don't know if Caden's still in here, but I know he grinds. I think he's gotten at least 10 great ones off of Rev. And I forget if he said his zones don't move, or if he got them managed to a point where they stopped moving. One of the two. But yeah, I have heard that. I've heard they can be a little bouncy. We can make do with that. I mean, I've been grinding Fallow with one of the most inefficient setups I can ever imagine, and I'm stubborn enough to keep doing it, so we'll make it work. My Hunter Classic isn't zooming in? What you mean by that? Hey, Benjamin. How long do you plan on streaming today? We're going to go for about 4 hours. Now, it probably won't be all Fallow grinding, because when we get close to 100k, I'm going to slow it down so we can get a good kill for number 100k, which will probably be a video this week. But we'll go and set up our whitetail grind when we get to that point. Are you filming IRL hunting videos soon? I am. If you guys are ever interested in following along like with the off-season stuff, whether that's hanging tree stands, product reviews, food plot stuff, I do post videos all summer, like IRL hunting based, let's say, over on Called Outdoors. So you can check that channel out. It's myself. You guys know Bottom Boy, Aaron in this community, and my brother. It's just a little box. Okay, go ahead and end that session, Falcon. In the launcher, in the top right, there's a settings. Click that, you get a little drop down. Change your resolution to whatever your monitor is, because it sounds like the resolution's set to something incorrect. Or maybe you should be in full screen mode. Actually, now that I think of it, it might be that. What are the rares for Eurohair? Eurohair? I think just albino and melanistic. I did see that, Jivers. Little fluky perhaps, but hey. Sometimes that's what it takes. Nice. What's up, Biblical? How close to 100k? About 150 away, so 158. We're gonna get about 120 fallow kills here today. We're gonna stop, we're gonna go set up for whitetail, kill a couple of whitetail along the way, but I'm gonna take it slow, unless we get a great one fallow in that process. If we get a great one fallow, we're gonna try to speed along to 100k, and kill the great one fallow as number 100k. I shot a little far back there, that'll get him. Tia Tech, thank you for subscribing and welcome on in. You have a Mela saltwater croc? No, I think I have maybe a couple albinos and a leucistic. Hey MP, how's it going? Is it true that albino bobwhite quail is the rarest animal in the game? I can't prove that it is, but you know, people say that it is, and if you also consider the fact that like they have to be one of the least hunted animals in the game. I can't remember the last time I saw someone post like, oh, hey, I'm going to go shoot some quail in Call of the Wild. Like, it's just not something that people hunt. So I'm sure that only adds to them maybe feeling more rare than they even are. Low-key burrow washed. Getting replaced by Daniel Jones. You know, now that you say that, because I have Burrow in a league too, that might not be a horrible replacement. Hope it happens today. Started my second muley grind, about 250 kills in. Not bad. Muley the way they are, like, it could be there any second. Fabled piebald, typical rack whitetail is, but the most rare non-great one. Well, adding a particular rack, I guess we're talking fur. Like, making a specific rack great one probably adds a whole lot of rarity to that, but either way. Point is made. Lions-Bears game was good. I did not get to watch that one. Did the Lions win that? Burrow modern day Andrew Luck? You know? Modern day, as if Andrew Luck didn't retire like 8 years ago, but you know. Hey, Polecat. We're just out here blasting fallow right now. I think, just to kind of see where things are, we're going to go and check that one spot on the river, see if anything's hanging out down there. What's up, CLR? Lions won by 50? Was it that much? 52-21. Oh boy. Alright. Let's go and see what's on the river. As I said, if you guys didn't watch Friday's stream, if you didn't know, I stream on Fridays over on Twitch. We went down there, and there were like a bunch of fallow waiting there that I didn't realize were there. So I want to check that again. You know, we killed those. Been a while, there's probably something in their place. And it could be a great one, you never know. How many kills? If you're talking in the 100K scheme of things, about 99,850. If you mean in the fallow grind, about 5,000. Sounds good, Ender. Appreciate you hanging out. Alright. So can you go to multiplayer after? I'm probably gonna go and set up my my white toe grind. We'll see though. How's Mrs. Flinter and the little one doing today? Doing good. She's been feeling like a lot better the last probably week or so now, so that's been, I'm sure for her, quite a you know, nice uplift compared to just laying in bed and not feeling good. Watching your grind feels like my grind is a completely different game. I feel like that when I watch like the actual really good grinders in the community, so I feel it. There were 2 level 5s? Down here, I think it was just 1. I think it was 1 5 and like a pretty nice 4. You stream on YouTube on Friday as well, just Twitch. People often ask why I don't like stream simultaneously on YouTube and Twitch. And the reason is, I started streaming on Twitch separately, geez, 2018 or 19? Must have been 18. And I did it for 2 reasons. One, just to kind of have something different to do. And then also, 2, like, you know, if it ever happened that, you know, YouTube decided, you know what, hunting game content, we don't support that, you can't post that on our platform anymore. Well, I have Twitch as, like, something to go to. And at the time, you could only, like, the Twitch contract, you couldn't stream on Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. Now you can, but so many viewers really like the vibes of the Twitch streams. They're, like, a little more conversational, a little more chill. So, in order to keep that vibe, we just keep the Twitch and the YouTube stream separate. Have both Goff and St. Brown for my league, and just between both of them, I got 115 points. What the heck scoring settings? Is that the same league I'm in with you or no? Because that seems insanely high. Okay, all that's normal. Those other ones were down here. Maybe there's nothing else to worry about. Alright, the red deer zone. Apparently there's a fallow zone there we ought to check. What's up, Riley? Makes me more happy that I'm not the only one from Michigan that can't get into hunter safety. Is that an age thing, or what stops that? Twitch has a better interface overall. It's a lot better built for live streaming specifically. I mean, YouTube's made pretty significant strides in that area, but maybe those are the ones that I was thinking of? I think so. Anyway, Twitch still has like the perfect little vibe. Plus we can play Pokemon, plus that. Just spawned a mellow whitetail, there you go. Hey, Max. Been watching you for a while, can you give me a brief explanation of how to grind great ones? Okay, this can go multiple levels. The simplest, like, most basic explanation, let's take fallow because that's what I'm grinding. Shoot fallow deer bucks over and over and over and over again, and hope that a great one spawns. You might hear that and think, well, geez, that sounds kind of like a crapshoot, and it kind of is. But that's how we used to do great one grinding back in the day. Now there's things you'll hear referred to as like herd management, and it's effectively a strategy to improve your odds. What herd management is leaving a bunch of small bucks alive. I think I killed my level 1 here, so I don't have him here to show you, but anything like really low level we leave, and the game, in an attempt to balance things out, spawns more big ones. And, you know, there's a chance one of those big ones ends up being a great one. Oh, don't float. Oh, we got so lucky. That was beautiful. I meant to do that. You checked the puke lake? Yeah, I should go back there again because we did kill one there last time. It was like a small 4, I think. We can give that a look at the end of this run. You know, again, on a day where we're not trying to limit kills, but, you know, we're not trying to go insanely fast, I am entirely interested in checking those extra spots. Especially if there's like a great one there and I don't know it. Because that would be the real shame, like an opportunity 100k great one, but not knowing he's on the map. Sounds good, Anton. We'll catch you later. How many kills? On this grind, about 5,000, if you mean ever. 99,850. Any luck? Nothing yet, Livy. No worries, Lord. Okay. Decent 4. Really decent 4. No 5s just yet. I don't know how I feel about that. Three per zone's working pretty good, though. Appreciate you, K-Flow. Start my first grind is Black Bear. What do you think? Black Bear can be a fairly solid grind. Are you doing Silver Ridge Peaks? And I'll add to that. Are you also doing the, I think they call it 4-lake method? I did it with a 5-lake method, but anyway. Thanks, GTO is what my brain tried to do. JTO is not that. Sorry about that. Appreciate you, man. Do you shoot level 2s on main zones? Yes. Some of my main zones have so many fallow in them. Like, I do leave some small ones. But if it's a main zone that's got, let's say, less than $3, yeah, it doesn't matter. Level 1, level 5, anything in between, it gets dead. You're 0-2 in fantasy football? I'm going to be 0-2 in one of my leagues. And it's a real unfortunate deal. My one league, I had it. Like, I was going to win. And then the second to last play of the game, they snapped the ball into DJ Moore's leg, and that counted as a fumble for him. And that knocked me just far enough back to lose. And then Joe Burrow got hurt, and he was my starting quarterback, so out of luck on that one. Why does your The Hunter Classic look so good? I don't do anything special. I just run it on all max graphics in 1080p. Nothing beyond that. There you go. Nothing else? You have Joe Burrow? Yeah. Fire Tom, what's up, J-Tech? At least, so far, is that and not the Twitch sound alert? What if... Oh, I should get one that says standard is the standard. That might actually make you leave. Maybe I won't do that. Anyway. What type of PC? Do we have a command for that on YouTube? I think we do. It's a Skytech. It's a pre-built that I got on Amazon. And I know, like, computer people are going to be like, pre-built? Ew. And I'm going to be like, yeah, you're kind of right. However, I really needed a new computer fast. My old one was dying and Revan 2 Coats was about to come out, so I had to do what I had to do. Don't tempt me. I missed that game, Ridge. I mean, it was going on the same time as the Steeler game. And then at the end of it, I had to go change the oil in my truck. Went to go do that, came back, and I guess Kyla watched it because it was on the TV there and told us all about it. ESPN bet ad? At least be DraftKings, that's what I use. Do you guys think I should take a DraftKings sponsorship if they ask? Do the Flantro parlay? I just come up with dumb stuff. I'm done being a Bengals fan. They won. I mean, I realize Joe Burrow's hurt, but they won. Wonder if they're just out of render there. Go Raiders, Brock Bowers MVP. Hey, I need about like 60 points from him tonight for fantasy, so, you know, if you could like make a call to Pete Carroll, that'd be nice. Would you ever do a fallow grind on Hirschfelden? I can't imagine ever doing any grind on Hirschfelden. It just doesn't seem like it'd be the ideal map for any sort of grind, but you never know. Can tigers drink on the lake that is farthest southwest? Pretty good sized lake? Yes. If I'm thinking of the right one, yes. There's the PC specs, by the way, and the Amazon link. Pete didn't give it to Marshawn at the 1. I'm not calling him for anything. Not even a favor. Not even to win a fantasy matchup that definitely matters in week 2. She's good, J-Tech. I'll let her answer that, assuming she's here. I know she was working on dishes and stuff, and we're like so dang out of water, man, from this drought. She was like being super productive, getting laundry done. I'm like, dude, you better quit because we're gonna end up running out of water. Do you like licorice candy? Not black licorice, but like red licorice, yes. Where are the 5s? They're hiding. Your well have issues? No, it's just so dry, dude. Like, we have the spring water there. It's not that we're going to run out of water. It's just we could use it up way faster than it'll replenish. So if we do, like, you know, a bunch of loads of laundry and then, like, run the dishwasher a couple times, go to the shower at night, like, we could definitely outwork the rate of flow. End football completely or end hunting completely? I swear if you say hunting. Well, like, obviously I'm going to end football. Although I don't know what I'm going to do on Sundays. Well, we can hunt on Sundays now in PA. Oop, I need my four-wheeler. Scarecrow always says when you go on a high-level drought, seems great ones spawn shortly after. He said something to me about that. I forget if that was from my fallow or what, but yeah. You want to come up here? Well, come on. Little cat dog. I want a rare tiger, but I also want a great one fallow. Apparently, a rare tiger is a whole lot easier. Post-church hunts are top tier. I don't think I ever had the opportunity to do that. You know, it was Sunday hunting in PA was entirely illegal up until a couple years ago. I do usually hunt the Sunday for PA archery, and I always hunt the Sunday for PA rifle, but now it's going to be all the Sundays. When is the next football stream with Scarecrow? Okay, let me not, like, get myself in trouble here and commit to something I can't do. But the plan is probably Saturday. I don't know if it'll be Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, like, time zones are a thing. He's 3 hours behind me, so, like, you know, Saturday evening for me is still Saturday afternoon for him. It might have to be a little bit later. But since the Steelers and Patriots played this Sunday, and he's a Pats fan, I'm a Steelers fan, feels like we ought to do something. And I'll probably get Madden 26 for it, even though I don't want to spend $70. I'll live with it. So, it should be fun. Looking forward to it. What's up, Chopper? Post-church naps are even better. When I used to work at the college dining hall at the college I went to, and I had a 10 a.m. Sunday shift. So we'd go to, like, the earliest church possible. There's a 5. And then run back and go to sleep for as long as I could till I had to get up for work. Good times. Oh, jeez. Might have hit him in the head. I don't even know if it was a long shot to begin with. It probably was. But we still may have ruined it. Hey, Aspen. Food plot trail on the small properties coming in all of a sudden. It's shaded. It's about the only thing that'll grow right now. If you own Madden 25, there's a bundle deal on Steam that makes 26 like $45. I do own Madden 25. I didn't see any bundle deal or anything, but is it just directly through Steam? Favorite animal in Call of the Wild? Snow leopards. We hunted them this past week. I mentioned it in the video, like, just something that's so elusive. Something that, you know, in the course of a several-hour hunt, you might kill a few of them. I just think that's really neat. Do you own Madden 26? Not yet. I'm gonna end up getting it, if not for just that stream, probably for, you know, some other future football streams too. Sounds good, Kyla. What's up, Grim? A lot of females on my black bear grind. What do I do? So you can try to swap them with males. If you don't know, the way that you, like, zone swap for black bears is very simple. Shoot the female that's in your main zone, and go and find a male that's not in your main zone. Don't try to swap main zones, that's entirely pointless. Go and find a male, like, on any lake that you're not grinding. Shoot them both, don't claim either one of them. Double stomach shot, nice. Let me say that again. Shoot them both, don't claim either one of them. Main menu. Come back into the game. And it's not guaranteed they'll swap, but sometimes they will. And, you know, you may have to do that a couple of times, but eventually they will end up switching places. What's up, Josh? Found an initial spawn great one on my ski map 5 days after my great one dripple drizzle mule deer. Wait. It was an initial spawn, but it was 5 days after you got one? I'm confused. What's up, Sky Bandit? Welcome on in. 2 streams ago, I asked you how rare my male Fallow was, and I forgot to tell you it was an initial spawn. They are really darn rare, and hey, initial spawn just makes it that much better. Speaking of snow leopard, I got my first rare snow leopard following your method. Good to hear it, man. What fur did you get? Initial spawn great one still happen? As far as I'm aware, it's not possible. That's why I was trying to clarify that, because it probably was something where you kill a couple of animals and it shows up, but it's so hard to, you know, definitively say with that. What's up, Joe? Good to see you, man. Welcome on in. Never hunted whitetail on a ski before and haven't grinded them for almost a year on Layton. Have you shot, like, literally even one? Because myself and a lot of people are under the impression that initial spawn great ones aren't possible. Replacement grip came in today. Not gonna lie, I almost prefer no grip now because I got semi-used to it. Uh-oh. Are you gonna end up using it then, or what are you thinking? Hey, Sarah, welcome on in. You might hear Shadow scratching the floor back there to get comfy. Don't worry about that. Level 8 Mellow Snowy. Nice. That's awesome, man. Not a single one on a ski. That is interesting, because that should not be possible. New climbers on the way? What kind of climber did you get? Currently on a diamond yak grind on Sunabaton. Gee, Shadow. Hey. You done? Looking at me like, I'm trying to get comfortable, Dad. Yep, back to it. Oh, well. Alright. Anything up here worth worrying about? I'm pretty sure this is the only spot they drink. Shadow just ran a marathon. She's moved her legs enough to have run a marathon. Now she laid down. Sheesh. Fair to say my original you did all that and then you just jumped on your bed instead? Anyway, fair to say my original assessment of JJ was accurate. You know, I thought, like, the entire time coming out of college, I'm like, I don't see the hype here. I will come back to that. Biblical, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I really appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. We've got J-Tag, Sins Killed You, Chopper, Jared, and Chance. Guys, if you are here in chat, be sure to thank Biblical for the gifted memberships. Join the Discord, link up for YouTube, get the member role, and enjoy the green name, member badges, emotes in chat, and early access to uploads. We're going to hit the peninsula as well, just to see what's going on there. So I'm chasing the level 6 Mellow Snowy I saw after I saw it a year ago. Can't find a zone in this tracks, always just loop around. That's crazy. Have you tried the pointer? That might help you find it. What's up, AP? Welcome on in. Good vibes. We're out here trying to get great vibes. Get it? What's up, Hunter? Not a fan of a climber either, but I feel safer with it. I don't know, logic doesn't exist in my world. I don't mind climbers, but I don't know. It's got to be the right scenario. I haven't used a climber in a long time. Hey, Quartz. Fingers crossed for 100k. We'll see what happens. Like, if we get too close to it and there's just no great one fallow, we'll stop short so we can get something good. We can't get to 100k and then kill like a level 3 fallow deer for number 100k. That just wouldn't be right. But hopefully we don't even have to worry about that and the great one just shows up. Climbers are so heavy that they are. Interesting. Good enough. Weighs 18 pounds. Sure is lighter than the one I used to carry. Just got a dog a few days ago and my cat messed it up and there was blood everywhere. Oh my goodness. That's not good. Found these thick plastic steps for lock-on. Like, you still strap them to the tree with their plastic instead of metal? Just thought of this. Tether better be working on a mobile camera arm. You talking about like a self-filming arm? There's a number of companies that do like lightweight stuff. What's the one? What's the name of that? There's one, they do like a carbon arm. Latitude does some carbon saddle stuff. That's not what I'm thinking of. I cannot think of the name of that company. What's up, Dino Dog? Well, we've killed... Well, we should have had 1 diamond so far, but he was running away and I hit him in the stomach, so we have 0 diamonds, but 1 5. We talking Boswell's Polecat? Why do I feel like Kill Hunter K is going to be a crazy trophy? Well, we'll see what ends up happening. Could be a great one, Fallow, if we can get one to show up in the next 100-odd kills or so. Yeah, right about there. Once we get to that point, we're going to go and set up for our whitetail instead, and killing up 100K is going to have to wait. No diamonds? Technically could be 1, but yeah, I mean, officially 0. Hey, Hatcha. Ain't no wuss when it comes to carrying weight. Even at 18 pounds, though, like, you know, bring your backpack, whatever you have in there. You got your gun, or your, I think you gun hunt, so your gun. I don't know how far you're walking, but I know for me, I carry that much. I'll sweat so bad, they'll smell me if the wind is good. Do you still taxonomize diamonds that you kill in this grind? 268 plus I taxonomize, other than that, no. You know people will buy JTAC. I'll tell TK, he knows people. What rifle do you hunt with? So, for whitetail anyway, I've got a Weatherby Vanguard 7mm Mod 8. Thing is awesome. I have, well, between Kyle and I, because I think she's shot 2 with it now, I've shot 8 with it. We've tracked 1 deer, and it was because I made a, not even a bad shot. She stepped forward, I hit back of the lungs instead of front of the lungs. Ran 100 yards, found it laying there. Like, it's just been so dang reliable. It's awesome. I'm not sure I'll ever buy another whitetail rifle again, which is a pretty good thing. Do it, you're in the know. When was your last IRL hunt? End of May, I guess? When I was turkey hunting? I probably hunted the last day of turkey season if I had to guess. I actually can't remember if I hunted the last day, but I probably did. During turkey season, I carried 2 clamshell blinds out in my regular kit on a 90-degree day. It was rough. Clamshell blind, you're talking, I call them doghouse blinds. Is that what you mean, the spring steel? Like, you fold them up into a circle? Why were you carrying 2? What GPU do you have? I have a 3060. Love my update, but my 6.5 shoots better, so I use the 6.5. Could be just ammo. Nice. Certain guns just like certain ammo, and it could be as simple as that. I wonder how long those have been hanging out here. What's up, Nate? Welcome on in, good to see you, man. Alright. Another one. You have rifles for any specific deer? I only have 1 for everything, and it's the 243. Well, I said for whitetail, so people don't think that I'm hunting moose with it. That's my only, I mean, I guess I have some other guns, but that's my only, you know, if I were going, like, let's say, out to shoot a pronghorn or something, or whatever out west, same thing I'd take. Elk, I'm sure it could kill an elk, but I'd probably want just a little more punch. Hunting overseas sounds super cool. It's my dream to one day get a massive buck. It's, there's nothing like it. I can say that much. Watch Carson Wentz tear it up. McCarthy got hurt. Wait, is Carson Wentz in Minnesota? I can't remember. If he is, he probably will tear it up, because Kevin O'Connell's elite at that particular thing, getting, like, backups ready. Only have 2 rifles, 270 and 243. 270s for bears, moose, and elk. 243s for coyotes, whitetail, mule deer. That'll get the job done. Nothing wrong with that. Alright, well, not exactly huge fallow here. Good enough. I'm probably just going to leave some of these smaller ones go, if for no other reason. It probably extends the actual grinding portion of the stream a little bit longer. Carson's our backup. I'd prefer Brosmer, though. I bet Wentz is going to be really good, unless he has to take on an extended role. That's my guess. With a 30-06 for deer and elk. Great caliber if you're someone who gets to consistently hunt both. Is it Abria or Aubrey? Welcome on in. Any rares recently on this grind? I think we shot a small piebald, and I forget if that was Friday or last Monday. Other than that, nope. Uncle has a piebald doe on his cam in Georgia. Nice. It's always cool to see them. There was one at my dad's property. This is 10 years ago, probably. And I tried to hunt it. Didn't know what I was doing. I feel like if it were today, I could probably get it, but easier said than done, I do suppose. Ooh, don't hit it though. It's kind of smallish. We'll leave that alive. Total pizza, we're closing in on 99,900. Did you hear that they're going to add some new animals to Way the Hunter? I saw their post. I can't tell how to read that. I can't decide if that's supposed to be eventually there's going to be a new map, and with that new map there's going to be new animals, or if they mean they're adding new animals to existing maps and also eventually a new map. Got a massive albino buck in our field? That's really cool. Can you act zesty? No. Just hit a level 5 snow goose. Oh, troll me 3.84. That's so annoying. Those geese, man, because magpies are the same, I believe, and greylags. They all get diamond at 3.85, and they all have a tendency to troll like that. Don't know if Way the Hunter knows where it wants to go. You're saying they don't know which way. I'm sorry. I got my first super the other day. It was an albino red fox. That is awesome, man. Congrats. Super rare fox. That's insane, dude. Great one yet? No such luck. He's floating. I saw him. That bird game coming the Scarecrow made a video about looks super good. Yeah, I'm curious to see what that looks like. It's been fun, you know, I guess we started it in January of this year. Working in some other games, whether it was the season, deer hunting camp's really taken over lately. We did some Hunting Unlimited. That's a game that certainly could, find its way into the rotation if it ends up being as good as it looks. They want to benefit off their brand deals. Yeah, I've never understood why Call of the Wild doesn't do that, but I guess at the same time, you look at games that have Hunting Sim 1 and 2, Way the Hunter. What was that other one? Wasn't there some game that was like a Browning something? I thought Browning had a specific game. Anyway, the games that have done that haven't gone as far, or even close to as far as Call of the Wild has. First super rare was a whitetail during my grind, and I botched it. Oof. I came pretty close to botching my albino one myself, not even thinking about what I was doing, so I feel it. It's very easy when you're in the moment to not just think things through. Have you got an Axis skull mount yet? I was just going for one and got an albino. Dang, nice. I think I skull mounted. I killed like a 188 or something. I might have skull mounted. It was during the summer fiesta though, and I was so fried by those missions. I might have just not mounted it. I don't remember. That bird game looks so good. Yeah, I want to see more extended gameplay, because things that really matter to me. I think of duck hunting in the Hunter Classic versus Call of the Wild. The aspect of calling them in, how they circle, the pacing of everything. The ducks in the Hunter Classic still feel more realistic, but Call of the Wild, I guess, the things that they get right, the visuals, the all the rares, all the variations, all that kind of stuff. I would love to see some combination of both, the rares and the variety and stuff that Call of the Wild offers, but then the authentic feeling of waterfowl hunting that Classic gets you. Now I got a DraftKings ad? There's no way they're listening. DraftKings, sponsor me, dang it. Give me free bets. I mean, what? Finally got my great one black bear after 5,000 kills. Nice pronghorn hunter. Was it a fur that you wanted? No buck there. Oh, I'm blind. Indeed, a buck there. Trailer showed that hawk flying out of a tree and getting shot. I want that in Call of the Wild. Then it tells us there could be squirrels. I'm blanking on that. A hawk? There was a grouse or something, wasn't there? Or was there a hawk that I just don't remember? I also just got a DraftKings ad. I can't imagine how much money they make, because they advertise everywhere. So, like, you know, and I'm one of the people that bets on games. Like, and I know how it works. You know what they say, like, the house always wins. And yet, I do it. It was a grouse? Okay, that's what I thought. I was gonna say, I didn't think there was anywhere you could hunt hawks, so that would be awfully weird, but hey, you know, you could shoot, like, if you want to, you can shoot eagles in Call of the Wild. You could do it in Deer Hunter 2005, probably other games. Hey, Lucky, I'm starting to think you're the great one, Fallow. It's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. Watch the Scarecrow for 2 years and don't get herd management, and no great one yet? It's taken me, Brittany, like, quite a few grinds of, like, kind of doing herd management and experimenting with it, and just, you know, the more I've done it, the more I've grasped, okay, like, I see how herd management can help. I see how, you know, managing down solos and that kind of thing can help. I even see, like, zone swapping. Things that I would have said, like, in the past, I don't care about that. Deer hunting now. Me too. Does that mean you're actively out deer hunting, though? I wish I was. I need that four-wheeler still. Good thing I didn't miss the fallow deer. Looked like a chicken hawk? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a rough grouse. You are a ninja? Nice, good luck to you. Did she make that ATV faster? This is the fastest one, it's red. Looks like energy cards in Pokemon. Don't have a large patience span either. I don't either, and that was probably part of why I was somewhat resistant to herd management and stuff. Like, I just wanted to go out there and shoot stuff, you know? But in the end, herd management does typically, like, reduce the total time you spend after it. And if it's a patience thing, you know, less total time on task seems like a win. Today is bow opener, and I'm sick, so I can't go. Oh, that sucks. I don't know if you guys have the weather we do here. It's pretty warm, so probably not a huge deal, but hey, it's nice to be out. ATVs are broke on my PS4? In what way? They should add e-bikes to Call of the Wild and have the spook range be 350 yards. Like the Quiet Cat and stuff. I wouldn't mind that. Somebody asked about what kind of vehicle I'd like to see earlier. That'd be an interesting idea. Buzz around chasing a great one like Quiet Cat. What's the most effective herd management technique? One singular aspect of herd management? So many specific things. I'm gonna say probably ultimately stacking. And I don't stack, so that's probably not helping my case. I don't shoot good either, I guess. Amazing. Well, that's 2 level 5s in the same zone that I've goofed up now. If they could have spawned anywhere else, we'd have been just fine. Great one, stop hating Flantro. It sure is hating. Get dead, please. Please. Thank you. Saw 8-point last night in front of my house. It is that time of year where they still have like those kind of goofy summer patterns, so you never know. If I'm getting a crap ton of jumpers for fallow, is it a me thing or a game thing? I'm not sure that means you're doing anything necessarily wrong if that's what you're asking. But again, I'm not always the right person to ask those sorts of, like, I'll call it more technical grounding questions. It might be something I just don't know. Alright, we're gonna need a four-wheeler because we're a little bad shooting, gonna have a whole lot of tracking. How many kills? For fallow, 5,000 plus for total. After we claim all these, I'd say 99,885 or so. What's up, Toxic Storm? No opening day for bow, which is what I do, and mine was September 13th. I think I missed the first half of that. Got Diamond Side Drive Jackal looking for Diamond Wildebeest. Did you post that in Discord? I think I saw that. You said like you shot a level 5 or something and then that one showed up? Or that wasn't you. Hey, Padfield, what's up? Skill issue? Well, thanks. Just gonna slip on up through here. I'm pretty sure. There it is. Fast travel, go back down. Yeah, deer stand now in northeast. Nice. Like to hear it? Alright. So that 5, and there's like a 3 laying back here, and then I think there's 2 on the lake yet. What combo you hope for? I would take anything, truly. Gold fur, big typical rack is probably like my dream combo at this point, but anything that's not an exact duplicate of what I already have, I will happily take. There's the 5, there's the 3. Sounds good, man. Catch you later. Good luck hunting when you get out. What guns and bows should I get in Classic? I hear that Flinter bow is pretty cool. Really though, like, if you don't have any... Wow. If you don't have any, you know, weapons besides the starter weapons in Classic, I'd probably look at the Snakebite. Because that's a really good bow. It is a single pin sight, but it's as close to silent as it gets. Now, you know, if you've watched Hunter Classic videos and you see me using, you know, the Flinter bow or the Parker Python, whatever, the Snakebite sounds louder. As far as the game is concerned, it's quieter. Gun-wise, the 300 bolt action covers almost everything. That's a really good option for you. If you want like a repeating rifle, 9.3, the 9.3 by 6.2 is a bolt action. The 9.3 by 74. Little more powerful, but it's an over-under rifle, so you only get 2 shots. Got stung by a white caterpillar on my neck. Feels like a 3rd-degree burn. Watch out for those little buttheads. My dad was just telling me this weekend, Sognari. Somebody... Actually, I guess he told me a story that my mom had told him. Somebody she worked with, I think literally just, like, swatted at one, like, brushed it away, and they, like, broke out in hives and stuff. You talk about those, like, furry little things? Because that's kind of creepy. You know, I wonder if that's what did that. When I was picking green beans, this was like, I don't know, a month or 2 ago. To can them, like, my arms had like all kinds of hives and stuff. I'm like, what the heck happened? So I just like, took a shower and all was well, but I had no idea what caused it. Maybe it was that. I can get the Flinter bow. Perfectly, you know, good bow option. So it's literally a color variation of the Parker Python. The Parker is an excellent bow. Could not go wrong there. And it gives you a 12% chance of big males. That's not true, but I say that. As much as I still love the 243, I do think the 257 is my new favorite gun for using the 2-6. You have a favorite gun in the game? Yeah, 44 lever action for me. The thing is just, like, it's stupid powerful. I almost like that it's limited in range, because that means, like, I gotta get a little bit closer. It's like how I try to kill a great one with a bow or whatever. Reason to get close, to, appreciate the moment, I guess. And I guess the 44 leaves a little bit of that. That's a 5? Whatever you say, game. Hey, Shadowhunter, what's up? Would you recommend shooting 2s in the mule deer grind, or just leave them always? I feel like some of my zones dry up sometimes. So for me, if I don't kill enough mule deer per run, I definitely don't get respawns. So you almost got to get to a point where you kind of like know what 2s usually leave and what ones, like, let's say, are new to that spot. It's a terrible way to phrase it, but which ones are respawns from, you know, from your grinding. And what I'm getting at is, you know, if you've got consistent level 2s you always leave in your main zones, and then a new level 2 shows up, well, you're going to kill that level 2, or if it's smaller than one of the ones you're leaving, I guess you can kill the smallest one. But, yeah, when I notice my grind's getting funny, I kill a couple of level 2s and things straighten right back out. Every time. Is Mrs. Flinter your girlfriend or wife? Wife as of December 12th of 2024. So we're coming up on a year already. That's kind of terrifying because I'm pretty sure our wedding was like 12 seconds ago. What other guns maybe do you recommend I buy because I only have base game stuff? So, as far as bows go, you're good. Like, I would just stick with one bow for now. Like, unless you meant other equipment. Oh, things probably. Collars? Collars for animals that you want to hunt. Like, I wouldn't go and buy every collar just yet, but if you want to hunt elk, you know, the elk collar will call in both Roosevelt and Rocky Mountain elk. That's great to have. Maybe if you want to hunt moose, you can get the moose collar. Things that you think you'll hunt a lot. I would get those collars first, and then you can buy other collars, you know, if you decide on, ooh, like I'd love to hunt reindeer, but I don't have the reindeer collar. Well, maybe you can either earn enough GM from your other hunts to buy it that way, or you could drop a couple of dollars and, you know, buy it with that. Whatever system you want to go with, but yeah, I'd say a couple of guns, or maybe, you know, a gun and a bow, and some collars. That's the first step. First grit was only 23 kills. Dang, what species was that? Want to see you play with her? We've done some videos together. Done some live streams and stuff together too. Nothing super recent. Trying to think of the last time we did a video together. We did a Pal World stream last February, not like 7 months ago February, the one prior. We mostly, yeah, like K-Flow says, she doesn't stream a lot. Generally, I've joined her for streams, not the other way around. What's up, Roy? Thank you for subscribing. Welcome on in. Mostly on elk, whitetail, mule deer, and blacktail. I would buy the elk collar if I were you. You don't even need the grunt collar. The can bleat collar that you start with is just as good. And I might even save your EM. Whatever you have left over, I might save it, and maybe there's something you come up with like, ooh, I'd really like that. A rangefinder might not be a bad idea, or you could get the rangefinding sight for the Parker Python. Either way. Ooh, I knew that was going to happen. Sorry. Currently playing Pal World right now. I saw Zaggy launch it the other day. I don't even know the last time I touched that game. I really liked it. There was a period of time I would get whatever I had to do done for the day. You know, video, stream, whatever. And then Kyla and I would jump on Power World. We had like a world or whatever that we'd play together. And it would be like 6 hours. That was just all we did all evening. It was a lot of fun. Favorite scope? Definitely the Odin scope. And specifically, I run it with the duplex reticle. I just like it. Friday on stream, we got reticle switch. We were using the crossbow reticle to shoot fallow. I was missing a lot. Like, it makes a heck of a difference. Pal World has so much stuff now. I'll have to give it a look again one of these days. I don't know exactly when. I always, like, see, everybody does this. You go like, oh yeah, you know, next week after I get through whatever I got going on, I'm going to have way more time. Nah. There's never more time. It's always the same amount of time. Grind is fine as long as you don't claim the female. As far as I know, yeah, I've hit females on this grind plenty. What's up, Cardboard Guy? Which has a better version of Hirschfelden, Call the Wild, or Classic? I prefer Classic's Hirschfelden. It feels more alive. There's less dead areas. Now, Call the Wild's Hirschfelden is way larger, like, you know, because Call the Wild maps are bigger. And it actually encompasses Classic Hirschfelden. I think Mullerwald up in the northeast is Classic Hirschfelden. That area, anyway. Didn't have the Steelers game in my market. How did they look? I know they lost. Offense was sluggish. They couldn't get much going. They had some positives in the run game, like they ran the ball a little bit better. But just not consistently. Protection still sucks. Broderick Jones can't block anything. And he's not the only problem, but he's the most glaring one on the offensive line. Defense actually played pretty good. Like, I know people are going to forget this, but they let up an opening drive touchdown. And then they pretty much held firm for, I don't know, until sometime in the third quarter, I would say. And then things broke wide open. The offense finally got it together. They had a huge play from Jalen Warren. It was like a 65-yard reception. Rogers threw what was probably going to be a touchdown to Pat Freiermuth, but Calvin Austin tipped it up in the air because he thought it was to him. Seahawks intercepted it, and it fell apart from there. I believe they went down and scored, kicked it off. Caleb Johnson didn't field it, gave him a free touchdown on special teams, and it was like it sucked the life out of the team. So I'm not sure they looked as bad. I'm not sure they were as bad as they looked, I should say, but it got ugly there for a while because it was just mental errors everywhere. Call-out Hirsch is so thick. That's another thing. Classics feels more open. What even does happen if you claim females? Frankly, I don't know. I think it can make the zones act funny. Don't even want to talk about the Vikings game last night. I wasn't feeling too great, and that might have been because the Steelers make me drink. So I watched till halftime, but it was kind of close. I saw the final result was not that close. Best thing I've shot in Classic so far is a 337 Rocky with the slugs. It's not bad. It's a solid start, man. Graphics, animal models, and reserves from Call of the Wild and the hunting mechanics from Classic will be my dream hunting game. I know it. I continue the dream that one day they'll make that happen. Because, you know, like, random spawns every hunt. No zones, so it's a constant exploration, you know, adventure. Like, you're always going to a new area. You're going to a place that, like, there might be the rarest animal that's ever spawned in this game right ahead. I don't know. Like, it might as well be brand new. Maybe one day it'll happen. Next Deer Camp video should be Friday, unless something else comes up and I do a different video on Friday, but I think my plan is going to be try to make another, like, sort of homemade map and see if I can get them to act a little better in the run. They just don't like Flinter's Acres in the run. Initial spawn, piebald female fallow, nice. What's up, Kevin? Fellow Pennsylvanian, that I certainly am. Welcome on in, man. How many kills? Let's see here. 99,893, so we're coming up on 99,900 now. So we're gonna have, like, a long time to set up our whitetail grind at the rate we're going. Quickest great one, my whitetail was less than 360 kills. My quickest first great one was my whitetail at 1650. Quickest grind overall, because I've had some, you know, like, second great ones and third great ones. I'm pretty sure my my third great one, Muley, was like 350 kills max. Somewhere in that range. Woo! 100k today. I mean, technically we won't hit 100k unless the great one shows up. We shall see. Alright, Shadow Cheese, come on. Such a sad dog. What's up, Jenna? What'd you miss? Nothing to speak of. Couple of level 5s that spawned literally right, like, in the zone where I killed these two. Messed them both up because they were on the run. No rares, nothing much else to speak of so far. Think I need to add some different Great One species and feeders. I mean, Great Ones definitely, like, drive a lot of traffic in the game, but it's a balance. If, like, in my mind, it's a balance, because if they get to a point where they add too many Great Ones, well, then there's, you know, a lot of species where people have every diamond, every rare, whatever, and it maybe takes away from the hunting aspect of the game a little bit. But of course, you know, the grinding side of the community is enormous, and more Great Ones for that is a positive too. So it's a delicate balance, I think. A wild colt in the beard. What's up, man? Welcome on in. I didn't realize I even ran that far. Someone like 100 likes will be at. Holy. Appreciate you guys. What grind should I do after fallow? Kind of leaning towards whitetail and rev. That's what my plan is. Might not be a bad idea. You have to shoot both male and female roe deer for them to respawn. I think they may be a pair species. I'm actually not sure. If they are a pair species, then yes. And I feel like you do see a lot of, like, male and female traveling together, so maybe so. Golden, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Perfect thing to listen to while I process that elk. Ooh, nice. I don't know if you shot it, if someone in your family shot it, whatever it is. Congrats to whoever that is. That's awesome. Have you done a vid with KG Gaming? I have not. The Great One completely destroyed the pure hunting aspect of the game in the first place. Stop being a hunting game with... When they introduced the Great One Whitetail, it'll never be a hunting game again. I try to make it a hunting game as much as I can in multiplayer and stuff. I totally grasp what you're talking about. I think it can be, you know, whatever you try to make it, but I'm not one of those people that, you know, wants to say like, well, the way I play doesn't influence everybody else. Like, alright, but if I'm hunting in real life and my neighbor's killing like Boone and Crockett bucks every year and I'm shooting spikes, like, obviously I think I'm doing something wrong. It's just human nature. So yes, I think Call of the Wild is definitely more like a shooting game these days, but it also does really well for that. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, it, for the larger player base, it works. Think it's now a hunting game instead of hunting simulator? I guess you could look at it like that. Joker, thank you for subscribing. Welcome on in. DHC is much slower, so it might be a Friday Twitch stream. My plan wouldn't be this Friday, wouldn't be next Friday, would be Friday, October 3rd. I think I'm going to do a deer hunting camp stream that day. I think. That'll be the day before the archery opener here in PA, so seems fitting as it's a... That one is, I would call it a hunting simulator. What? Your pen? Oh.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Only grind here and there on specific maps. I play to not grind? Yeah, wasn't for live streams, I'm not sure I do a lot of grinding. I do enjoy it on stream, like it's a fun thing to do almost as background noise to the conversations we have on stream. Challenge for the day, if we get a great one Fallow by the end of this stream, I'll give 20 subs. Well, we'll see. We've only got about 100 kills to go-ish, till we're gonna, not even, till we're gonna, stop with Fallow for the day. Because we're gonna make kill number 100k something special. We're already at 99,902. So, about 70 more kills if we don't have a great one showing up. We are going to jump over to Reventuli and start to set up Whitetail kind of in anticipation of that. Which, you know, might be a little bit anticlimactic, but it at least allows us to try to get something good for number 100k, you know, later on. Maybe in that process, who knows, we get a great one Whitetail to show up. That'd be hilarious. Hadn't thought of that. Starting a moose grind, good luck to you. The game duplicated a multi-amount of my lodge. Have you heard of this? I have not. Like, same animal, same rarity, whatever. Already prepping content for deer season. I've got a couple of videos made for deer season already. Kyle is traveling here in a week or so. That week when she's away, I'm probably just gonna, like, literally from the time I wake up to the time I go to bed, record videos. Prep stuff for deer season, the whole thing. And, like, I'm not exactly sure what I'm prepping for, whether that's going to be, like, West Virginia November-ish, whether that's going to be rifle season, whether that's going to be, like, try to do a rutcation kind of thing. It might be a little bit of everything. It depends how much I get prepped. And I'm sure during that time frame, like, there's going to be some, you know, real-life hunting tweaking things I got to do. Like, ooh, maybe I got to go, move this stand. I don't like where it's at. Maybe I got to cut shooting lanes, whatever it might be. Where's Kyla traveling to? The moon. Had a second multi-mount show up for 2 separate multi-mounts. Well, that's awfully strange. I haven't put together many multi-mounts since the last update. I'm assuming this is a recent thing. What's up, Squirrel Pursuit? Like your logo, by the way. How much have you hunted your own Reventuli compared to multiplayer? I mean, Reventuli specifically, I've done far more single player than multiplayer. Because if you remember, I did, and was this your idea? The single player thing on Reventuli? I think it was. To get all the diamonds in single player on Reventuli before I went to multiplayer. I think it was Kyla's idea, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it was my own, I don't remember. But I did like a single player diamond challenge on Reventuli. So all the new species, like I didn't care about brown bear, I had a diamond brown bear on Medved. All the new species I had to get a diamond of in single player before I ever touched Reventuli multiplayer. So it was a year and a half until I ever went on multiplayer there. So that map is pretty heavily hunted. Which, I don't know, maybe is a good thing. Just one buck here? That almost definitely means we have a bouncer somewhere. What's up, Wendolyn? For me, the game's better when I shoot a moose here and shoot a moose there and get a diamond a month after killing a few, not by killing hundreds every few hours. That's why, like, you know, I preferred to get a diamond beaver and stuff in multiplayer. I don't know how, I just couldn't find this thing. Ended up getting it in single player, but my preference is to hunt for them. Yes, not to grind for them. What's up, Twangy? Thoughts on Quattro Cleanus? It's a good map. I feel like it's an underrated map. I don't think a lot of people hunt it these days, but Quattro is really good. I guess, you know, it could benefit from some redos. The ibex don't exactly look incredible. They redid those and, you know, maybe roe deer, mouflon, and stuff like that along with them. Be even better. Pheasant Great 1 kills. First pheasant was 6,500. Second pheasant was maybe 2,500. Nothing there. Probably gonna go and check the river again after this. Or peninsula. Happened to me too. I've got two of the same mount. Happened around Sunapatan time. So it's an older bug, huh? I'm surprised. Oh. So that's technically in a shooter zone. I guess we'll kill that. Anyway, I'm surprised I hadn't heard of that till now. Good, nothing there. Wild boars could also use a rework. Pretty much all the pig species. I guess feral hogs / feral pigs are okay, or wild hogs, whatever they call them on the different maps. Everything else, warthogs, wild boar, okay, javelina are technically a pig. We're gonna count them. All of them could use a little revamp. Have you seen our channel? Not until now. I have 3 of the ibex for a Grand Slam. I've yet to find a single Grados ibex, yet I have at least 2 diamonds for the other 3. Are you saying a single diamond Grados, or you've never seen a singular Grados ibex at all? Savannah needs a rework? Yes. You know, going there the other day, shooting that rare lion, man, like, I started thinking about the redos, and I'm just, this map, one day, because I think it appears to me they're trying to kind of redo everything. Like, I don't think they would be redoing all these old animals if that wasn't the ultimate plan. One day when they get all those redos, Rahunga's gonna be awesome again. Don't have a diamond? That makes more sense. I assume that's what you meant, but I wanted to check. Copied my duck out multi-mount. Now I have 2 of each animal, same score and dates. Huh. I don't know if you've reported that. Like, reported that bug in whatever section of Discord for bug reports, but that might not be a bad idea. Fantasy one? Yeah, I enjoy their stuff. I don't watch a lot of it. Like, their hunts, I can't relate to a lot. Like, it's just not the same way I hunt. It's probably not the way a lot of us hunt. But, I enjoy a lot of their other stuff. Like, that video they did on the general, like, that with that shed collector and stuff. That kind of content I think they do an excellent job with. Their hunts they do, too. It's just, I typically watch stuff where I feel like that's how I hunt, you know? Mr. Gimpy, thank you for subscribing. Welcome on in. Really want grizzly bars to get a rework? Because they're spitting bars? Is there a way to get a 22 for free? There's not, but I wish there was. I think they should even make like a, I don't know what, 5-round mag or something. Well, I guess the 22 AR is. Some free 22. Because it's so almost necessary in 2025 Call of the Wild, but yeah, as of now, you'd have to get a DLC. I did hear that, Libby. What's up, Bryce? Welcome on in. Did I see a buck? Or no, this is where we shot that too. Hopefully your wife's doing good. She's chilling and answering that. Alright. Go up here, then we'll kind of check some exteriors again. Break action free 22. I was going to say that. Oh, 22 cricket? I was trying to think, do they even make a break action 22? And I'm guessing that's what a 22 cricket is. I almost said exactly that. And then I thought, I've never actually had a single shot 22. Every 22 we ever had was like a pump action or whatever. This isn't helping that I forgot to reload. Who needs bullets? Think the next map will be Asia? I'd be perfectly fine with that. probably a smidge low. Speaking of who needs bullets, me. Good enough. You have a single shot 22? There you go. A cricket is a one-shot bolt? Yeah, perfect. I think that would be an excellent, like, free addition to the game. Now, not having a free 22 is good incentive, like, let's say from a business perspective, like, hey, buy one of our DLCs, but it's just so... Yeah, I hear that. It's so crucial to, like, the way everybody plays Call of Wild. From 22 strat to shooting birds off the water, everything. Oh no, my Steam Cloud file didn't sync? Sometimes if you don't, like, give it enough time to, it doesn't sync, but I don't know why it wouldn't necessarily. So that guy's gonna actually make it if we make a good shot. Oh, jeez. We got him in the end. Alright, now we're gonna try to kill 3 with the 30-06. Let him go over there and stop. Give a video on snow leopard hunting, a whole bunch of them. I spent like 4 months trying to get a diamond snow leopard, just exclusively live streaming and then doing it in multiplayer. And that was how I ended up getting it. I want many aggressive animals in the new map. I do enjoy like tiger attacks, the rare lion attack, wolves. I wouldn't mind that. I smell smoke, so whatever that fire siren is, I hope it's not something super local. Having to sneak close to any bird and run after rabbits with a shotgun before I got a new DLC with the 22 was not ideal. I believe it. You know, when I do call them challenge loadout videos or whatever, where I purposely don't bring a 22, feels like inevitably I find a level 3 bird and I gotta spend 12 years getting closer as opposed to just plinking it off the surface of the water. And earlier I was talking about Boswell. Hopefully the Steelers can get a few more of those this season. Might need them by the looks of things, but that dude is, you know, as much of a weapon as any, you know, elite receiver or whatever. Most forgotten animal. It's gonna have to be like an animal that's only on one map that nobody really hunts. Like, I almost want to say European bison, but they're huge and therefore they're at least hunted someone on Hirsch. Stubble quail is kind of a recent one, but that's kind of forgotten in my mind. Javelinas, not a bad choice. Green winged teal, they're not forgotten for me because every time I hunt green winged teal, somehow I kill a rare. Side striped jackal, that's pretty good. Blacktail, I think the only thing with jackal and blacktail, I think they're unforgotten because they look so bad. Every time somebody shoots one, it's like, oh yeah, these need fixed. What's up, Bryce? Welcome on in. We are technically getting our first diamond of the day because I messed up the prior two. And with room for, about 65 more kills. Got one we're going to go and track. And then we'll be potentially on to setting up whitetail. One of the rabbits, I was thinking, like, Eurohair? That's fairly forgotten, because that's a Quattro exclusive. No one hunts rabbits. I like opportunistically hunting rabbits, I guess is the way to say it. But yeah, I rarely set out for rabbits, unless it's Easter. Musk deer? I will never forget musk deer. Okay, so we definitely had something up. Let's check our exteriors again. I think the Rocky elk are kind of due for some reworks, at least in the antlers, especially after Manitoban elk textures. Yeah, Rocky Mountain elk, like, they look impressive, but I wouldn't say they look right. You know what I mean? And then, their body shape too, like, the legs are too short or something. Like, the whole thing could use a redo. Definitely cinnamon teal. pretty good. The only thing with them is the recency bias. They got a rework there last year, so that kind of pulls them more like to the forefront, but they're pretty forgettable. And they're such easy diamonds and rares. Even when you do get, like, you kill a piebald one, like, okay. Looks kind of cool, I guess. Congrats. Must deer my favorite animal in the game. I haven't shot one in a while, but that was my first ever diamond. Must deer need a rework. They look nothing like real must deer. You know, I've seen them before. They're usually like, they're super fluffy and stuff. And when I think of, you know, anything from yak to even tigers and snow leopards in a sense, like how good the fur texture is, like kind of more furry animals. Tar as well. I think they could do a really good must deer now. Nobody kills warthogs much anymore. They need, it's not that the models are horrific. They need a, like a scaling change. Like, do you guys remember Axis Deer got a scale change forever ago? Mule deer too. They're tiny, and they're supposed to be like 150 kilo. Doesn't add up. The new goats with the fluff. The new feral goats. Rio Grande turkey, also quite forgotten about. Good pull. Never see kudu anymore. They all drink on the eastern coast of Rahunga, so yeah, unless you actively hunt them, it's rare you get, you know, those opportunity kills we were talking about. Mountain goats. I got you. Holy heat wave. I thought fall was coming. How's everyone else? I've heard it's awfully hot in the Midwest right now. Hopefully you're staying cool. I mean, it's way hotter here than it's been, but it's still actually kind of nice. I will not complain, but I do wish it was like 65 degrees now as deer hunting. Warthog are just ugly? I mean, they have feelings. Issue with kudu is they picked lesser rather than greater. Greater kudu are so much cooler. Had they done greater kudu, that might be one of the most popular animals in the entire game, and instead we have lesser kudu where it's like, oh hey, that's a 5. That's pretty cool, I guess. Alright, nothing down here, which is probably good. I'm gonna check this Puke Lake too, just because it takes a second. 95 Saturday, I think it was a low of 41 like last Monday. We're still getting the lows. That's the nice part, like 54 is what the low thing on my phone says. But it's mid-70s lately, which I'd realize when you're getting 95, that's rough. But we've been used to, like, 65 is the high. Whitetail need a rework bad? Yeah, it's not like they're terrible either, but again, you look at mule deer, you look at mountain goat, bighorn. They're so much better. Whitetail do feel like they're lacking there. What's up, Mr. It's good to see you, man. What scope should I buy in Classic? What guns do you have? If you ended up buying some, because that's certain scopes fit certain guns. It's 10:33 p.m. It's 4:33 p.m. here. Time zones are a magical thing. Okay, we're good there. Let's hit the peninsula, because I know we're missing deers. Missed anything yet? Nothing to speak of. Couple of 5s. Hate the whitetail, they definitely need a rework. And I wonder how much of it is like, you know, I hunt whitetail, therefore I feel like the whitetail are way off. Because I hear people say the new mule deer are super ugly and like not even close to, I don't know, when I look at them, I think they look excellent. So it may just be, you know, the proximity to real whitetail. Other than, this is a good question, other than Springbok Truax, what is the worst remodel so far? So we can do antler or whatever. I hear a vehicle, so hopefully Shadow does not. Where even is she? Okay, well hopefully I can just talk over and she doesn't hear me. So I'm thinking of like Roosevelt elk. If we're comparing to the old legacy racks, their true racks, they're better now. But they're still not great. What else is on that list? Whitetail Truex aren't amazing. Actually, no, Blacktail. I think Blacktail Truex takes the cake as the least good ones. That's a small one. Oh, hello. That's a 5. What the heck? We got all kinds of bouncers down here. I can't wait to mess up that 5 because I'm going to kill these first. Now he'll come up across that hillside, and the question is, can we get like some sort of broadside trotting shot? No, we got the broadside part. Can we get the trotting parts? I think we just shot him right in the neck. Level 4 spikes. I almost wish there was more of that in a sense. You know, I say that until I get like a albino level 4 spike, then I'm gonna be like, this is the dumbest thing. This should have been a gold. But it adds, you know, a little bit of realism. You know, you see, there was a buck that we called Herbie incorrectly. Should have been Hermie from like Misfit Island in the old Rudolph. One side was like, you know, a stereotypical 100-inch 8-point. The other side was like a 9-inch spike. Some stuff like that in Colorado would be excellent. The whitetail racks just look bad with only tall G2s. Yeah, and 8x8s. Spinal cord, huh? Dang it, man. We can't win with these things. Anyway, yeah, it's extremely rare for a whitetail to be a typical 8x8. And, you know, starting mid-gold. Every Call of the Wild whitetail's 8x8. It's just not... doesn't feel realistic. Probably spooked all the fallow in the other zones. Sometimes they stay. What gun would you recommend? I think... so, like, you're probably going to want a larger gun for bison and water buffalo anyway. If you want just a rifle that covers, you know, a ton of different animals in terms of, like, ethical caliber, the 9.3 x 6.2, the Anschutz, works really good. I'm trying to think of the Eagle Mark II, if that scope fits it. I think it does. It's a 5.5 to 22 power scope, arguably the best scope in the game. If that fits on it, that's what I would get, that gun in that scope. Because then almost any other gun you get that will fit, I would check. You can check like item compatibility in the store. But I'm pretty sure that fits. The 7mm mod 8 with the Eagle scope? Oh, that's the same scope I'm talking about, I think. I'm not a big fan of the Odd 8. I don't like the bipod. But it does have insane animal coverage because it has 2 different ammo types. First doge of the day, I'm guessing, Ninja. Nice. Favorite Great One CLR is Moose. I think Moose as a concept, meaning, you know, furs named after trees, you know, antlers with, you know, still basic real-life moose frames as the basis. And then just, you know, a bunch of each. 4 racks, I think 6 or 7 furs, just a whole bunch of different combos. I just think they nailed it. I'm gonna leave that there. Where do you get the e-collar? In Call of the Wild is in the Ambusher pack. That's the same pack as the 44 lever action, so really just for that, in my opinion, worth it. And then it also comes with the takedown recurve. I've shot that thing like 8 times, it's meh. Doesn't say the Eagle scope on the sights list. I'm going to check for you because I'm that confident that it fits, but maybe it doesn't. It'll take me... oh, geez, that caused some lag. It'll take me a couple of seconds going in and out between Classic and Call of the Wild, but I will get there. As it's tabbing me out. Continually. Alright, let's check this end. 6 furs, 4 racks, there you go. Just got my first Great One Moose yesterday on Rev and Thule. Nice. What combo'd you get? What rifle's best for hunting bison? If we're still talking classic, the 4570 government is just so good. Probably that. I like the 340 a lot. I love the 4570 Buffalo, but it is a single shot. The 405 is good, but it's no scope. Overall, I'd say 4570 lever action. Do you think it's worth buying the other maps as a casual that doesn't grind? It's up to you. What I always say is you can buy any, or sorry, you can play any map that you don't own in multiplayer. So if you're cool with playing multiplayer, you can do that. And if you find a map you really like where you're like, man, I wish I could control the time on this map. Like I really want to hunt, I don't know, Manitoba elk drink time, but every server I join is afternoon. You can buy like a map or two maps that you really, really like. Did you know the 22 strat works with the 22 pistol? I did. The biggest challenge is if like you're trying to do that at 300 meters, getting the holdover right can be tough. Like if it's a fast paced, like he's about to go over the hill, I gotta get this. But yeah, I've used the 22 pistol here and there for the 22 strat. Fabled birch with a quad paddle rack, very nice. Congrats. Couple of smalls. No worries, Bryce. You have to jump maps. You can only play maps for 15 minutes if you don't own them. No, that's only if nobody in the server owns the DLC, I believe. Like, if you don't own the map and you join a server that I'm in, I'm pretty sure you can just stay there indefinitely, like, until I would leave. I do believe that's the way that works. Wrong 9.3, that's not going to be helpful. Oh, I made my game lag. Ow. 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 Well, I'm going to have to close the game now. That's what I get for trying to check the classic thing at the same time. Oh, wait. Yep. That's right. We just finished our Peninsula run anyway, so that's not a huge deal. Wait for Call of the Wild to work. And in the meantime, finish checking what I'm checking here. Where is the 9.3? Yeah, the Eagle scope, at least the scope I'm talking about, goes on there. The 5.5 to 22 is indeed an option. What whitetail rack you open for? I mean, typical rack would be insane, but I'd be very thrilled with drop time. Anything but big rack, because that's what I have. Is it black screen for anyone else? Yeah, I had to close the game. Are you going to be making IRL deer hunting videos? Yep. Season starts in about 3 weeks, so there will be videos probably in 4-ish weeks. Excited to be a dad? Indeed. A lot of, I imagine it's going to be a lot of changes, and as far as like YouTube goes, I will try to make it as much of the same as possible so things don't, you know, drastically change. It is, you know, my job after all. But yeah, I can't wait to see, you know, what everything, like, what all that brings. Big rack score 633 and change, Colton. You're good, Toxic, no worries. That's why I wanted to check for you, because I was pretty darn confident, but I couldn't say for sure. I don't use that gun a lot. It's really good. I bounce around with different guns all the time. Can you run Way the Hunter on a cheap PC? Way the Hunter's pretty demanding. Like, depending on the PC, maybe on like lower graphics, but I wouldn't expect to run it on high graphics. Need to get it? I agree. I would really like to get it. That is, in fact, the plan. Did we get that long shot? Don't think so. Got that. Alright, just keeping an eye on things. We are about 50 kills from where we're going to have to be done for the day. Go and set up whitetail. Do you ever meet fans? I'd be surprised if you haven't met any. I've met a few in public. Like, when I went to the ATA show, this was January of 2023, I guess? Something like that. Probably met like a half a dozen different viewers. A couple of guys at like the tethered booth. There were a couple from, I forget the name of the company. They came up to me. I happened to go to the tethered booth, and a couple of those guys recognized me. The funny thing was, if you guys know tethered, and you see like any of the videos, you'll see Greg in a fair few of the videos. He's like, I don't even know exactly. I think he does like marketing and stuff like that. Anyway, so I got a picture with a couple of the different guys at the tethered booth, and then Greg, who had no idea who I was, like, I want a picture of Flinter. I'm like, all right, I guess we could do that too. But yeah, like I met a viewer at a local Walmart. A couple other times as well. I did meet Kyla, but I think that was more arranged, so that doesn't count. Sure you don't get recognized often? No. Once a year, probably. I don't really... You'll never believe this. I don't go a lot of places. So that doesn't add to it. Mine was 643, but I wonder if someone got like 650. I don't know what the biggest one is. Somebody here might know. Is your actual name Flinter? It is not. After the mule deer got reworked, it raised the standards so high for future reworks. I think, you know, body, like animal model and stuff, for sure. And then the antlers, yeah, anything they ever do antler-wise, if it's not up to mule deer standard, to me it's going to be almost a letdown. Don't know the score, but iBuy probably has the biggest one. There is a fair chance of that. He has a bunch of them. Hey, Dwayne, thanks for coming to Shoosty. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the support. Enjoy the green name member badges, emotes in chat, and early access to uploads. Just got crossbow started in. Gonna get a 10-point. Get him. Good thing about not having pics of your face plastered all over the internet. Yeah, you know, it's great. It has been an excellent experience every time I've met a viewer. Like, never been anything creepy, never been anything weird. Just, like, cool experiences, get a picture, talk about the game, whatever. But I imagine at some point, if you're constantly meeting people, inevitably something weird's gonna happen, right? Where at in PA are you? I'm on the western side. I'm like west central, so we're probably not far apart. What would you think about a 24 power scope in Call of the Wild? I don't know that it's needed, you know. With the max render of 400 meters, I don't see the purpose of it. Now, if they ever change the render, because they did it in Classic, they upped it by close to 150 meters, I think. At that point, maybe there's an argument for it. Killed my first deer with a bow on Saturday in North Carolina. It's a little spike. Oh, congrats. That'll be a day and a hunt you'll never forget. And you said a little spike. That's a PA 11 pointer. Don't get it twisted. Really want to see a remaster for moose antlers. They feel very flat and undetailed. Yeah, whitetail antlers have that same thing. It's almost like a gradient of color, as opposed to, you know, you look at the mule deer antlers. There's a purpose. Like the bases are darker, and then it gets lighter and lighter towards the end of the tines. You see the grain. You see, like, you know, the almost like little ridges and stuff with every detail of the antlers. The burrs, all that. Most of the old antlers don't have anything even remotely resembling that. So yeah, an entire Truax redo could be in order. Do you know where Brownsville, PA is? I couldn't point it out on a map, I know of it. What arrows should I get for your bow? The regular compound arrows are fine. I use tracer arrows just because I like the, you know, for a video's sake, I like to be able to see where the arrow goes, but the regular compound arrows are fine. Really want the 8x57 in Call of the Wild. We could have Orange Gang or whatever it was called. Uh-oh, Sir Bartholomew, that doesn't sound good. What would you think about a Lion Great One? I would love it. Virunga is the only map in the entirety of Call of the Wild that does not have a singular Great One species. Hoping to get my first buck this rifle season. I messed up a shot on a solid 140 plus in 2023. I'm trying to remember. Are you in Ohio? Somebody, I remember, said about, like, shooting at a buck and missing, and then also being in Ohio. But that kind of stuff's going to happen. Like, it's just a learning opportunity. You learn from it, grow from it, and keep going. Missouri, that's right. I knew that. Don't mind me. Burnt the heck out of some fingers, but got the battery, some juice. Perfect. Did you watch the LSU Florida game? I don't think I've really watched any college football in any serious capacity so far this year. You said to get the rangefinder 5-pin. I think that'll be useful for you. You don't have to, you know, but I use it, and I find I shoot better for sure with it. How that works, by the way, the middle yellow pin, you put that on whatever you're about to shoot, and it'll light up which pin you're supposed to use, and it'll tell you the range. Like, on a different spot on the site. Need the Flinter bow and Call of the Wild? Hey, I'm hoping. If one day they ever want to do something like that, I would be all for it. Use the normal 5-pin and can't hit nothing? Are you talking... You mean the 3-pin, I guess, right? Don't watch College Boyfriend. I don't watch college football much, Butch. Bro, I can't tile. You're doing great. Keep it up. Oregon versus Penn State? Is that in 2 weeks? My brother-in-law, he went to Penn State. He's a Penn State fan. He was telling me that will be the first true test. My Aggies beat the Irish? Yeah, how about that, huh? I did see that result. I didn't watch the game, but... Whoop. Just broke my collarbone Friday night after forgetting the slide as a QB in my senior year. Oh, I hate to hear that, man. 1 sec here. Your visions and dreams have been keeping me sane, so thanks. My pleasure. I hope you get, I don't know what your college plans and all that are, but I hope you get a chance to play again, because I know, like, when it comes to senior year, that's definitely tough. And I thought I was bad at typing? No, you are. Don't get that twisted. Alright, well, shooting those solos got some stuff back. Jeez, are we ever spawning some big males around here? That's gonna push us towards 100k quite a bit. Notre Dame being ranked is insane. They're literally 0-2. Are they still ranked after that? Getting down to the wire here. Only a couple more kills. What time do you set to when Fallow grounded? 12:30. Typically, I can get my run done in that amount of time. More people driving and still no shadow barking. I think she opened her eyes, though. She heard that. Rankings come out on Tuesdays. Okay, I knew it was early in the week, but I didn't know exactly. Surely they'll not be top 25 now, right? I can't tile. I really have a hard time laying floor tile myself, so, you know. It happens. Alright, I think we just need a 4-wheeler. That should be everything. Going to 99970, whatever the amount of 9s is. 70, 75, like whatever the run sort of ends at, where it's like, obviously we got to quit at that. Because my thought is, we're going to go and set up for whitetail. I don't want to set up for whitetail for hours and kill nothing. So I want to have at least a couple, like the leeway to shoot 10 or 20 deer as we get our setup going. And then, you know, that way it's not just a boring last hour and a half of the stream or whatever it is. What time do Tibetan fox drink? 17 to 20? Are they the same as other foxes, I think? Yeah, Lincoln. It is, you go to handgun purse, lightning hands. All 3 of those levels make it just like that much faster. The 3rd level has some different animations, like to really speed it up. 29 weeks. Holy. Have you hunted your Rebentuli whitetail, I guess, like, much at all? Nah. Like, I've shot plenty of them, I'm sure, because I hunted Rebentuli a lot when it first came out. But whitetail specifically, just kind of, you know, if it comes out, maybe I would have shot it. The quad deer. Hunt fox? I've been considering, you know, like, eventually I might do another fox grind, but I don't know when that eventually might be. I think YouTube ads are trying to tell me I'm fat and keep getting ads for a scale. Take the hint, man. Question, if you don't have an even 8 and 8 zones for my fallow grind, is that okay? Right now I have 8 shooter zones, 7 outside zones. That should be fine. I don't know if every map, like, always has an identical amount of zones. And even if, let's say, like, there isn't a zone that you're just not finding, that's fine. You may need to go and find it eventually if you find, like, man, my fallow are just not showing up. Something's up. Maybe that's when you go, like, around your map and check again. Just got to your stream. How many kills you at? Total? 99,936. So we've got, like, 20 to 30 kills. And if we don't get a great one in that time period, we are going to go and shoot some whitetail instead. Set up for whitetail, really. It'll be a much slower process at that point, because I do not want to get number 100,000. And it's a level 3 Fallow, right? If I can get it as a great one, if I can get it as a super rare, maybe, although I don't think. I'd be okay with like a potential, you know, giant diamond. It just feels like, yeah, that's not what we're trying to do here. Although, I guess, number 100,000, if it's not a great one today, is going to end up being a diamond or a rare, probably, for multiplayer, but we'll see. Is there a season open in PA? Squirrel is in right now? That's about it. Shoost a big male for number 100,000? That is the goal. If the dang great one would cooperate, you know, maybe we can make that happen. I'd maybe even take a rare. Like if we got, not a piebald, if we got an albino or a mellow to show up in the next like 20 or 30 kills, I think I would be happy enough with that. Right in the spine. Don't think we did amazing with that one either. Good enough. What was the first animal you shot on this save? Would have been, at the time, I think Layton's tutorial animal was a blacktail. That, or there was no tutorial. If you go back and watch my first Call of the Wild video, you'd be able to see that. I feel like it was a blacktail buck. It's not actually my first Call of the Wild video, it's my second because there was a beta thing. Anyway. What's up, Ryder? Going pretty good. We're blasting Fallow. We're not seeing a whole lot as far as 5, so I'm not exactly, like, super optimistic that we're about to get this great one in the next, like, 30 kills. We'll see, though. Be cool to get a trophy of whatever it was for 100k. Yeah, I mean, that's why we're gonna stop with Fallow if he doesn't show up here shortly. You know, I've done it for 15k, 30k, and then really after that, I guess that's when we got into grinding more. And a lot of those milestones I just missed. Like, oh hey, I'm at 51k, I missed 50 entirely, whoops. But 100k seems like a pretty big deal. So, I definitely want to try to make it something good. And what I'd like to do is end the stream today with anywhere from 10 to 15 away, again, if we can't get the great one to show up. And that'll probably be like Wednesday's video. Another nice one. Just not being 5s right now. Imagine starting Joe Burrow this week. Couldn't be me. Don't worry, dude. I did another league too. But the good news is, no matter how many score changes Scarecrow wants, I'm still going to beat him. Watch me not. Because I have 2 players that need to get 15 points, and they'll both get hurt or something now too. I have 2 does 300 yards away. Nice. You hunting over a plot, or what'd you hunt? Archery season for deer and elk in Idaho. Nice. I'm excited to one day hunt elk. And it's a long way away, but one day. What map for whitetail currently doing on Mississippi, just for more of a challenge? Rev and Thule is my plan. I think I will like a Rev and Thule whitetail grind, but that could change. Not as bad as leaving Jared Goff on the bench. I heard Jared Goff did really good, and I think I heard that because I played against him. Supposed to win my fantasy game 130 to 108, and I lost 103 to 77. Yeah, it's hard to trust the predictions at the start. Left Herbert on my bench last week. Are you coming up here to bark? No, not doing that. Is that supposed to say how many big males could a Flantro shoot if a Flantro could shoot unlimited big males? Or how big males? Could be that. Another big 4. Where the 5s? Or forget that, where the 10s? Are you and Scarecrow going to do another football stream soon? I think Saturday if all goes to plan. Probably Saturday evening / night, we'll see. I don't know, so he watches college too, and he's a Oregon fan, so depending on when they play, that could also alter things. But anyway, yeah, the plan is to do, because the Steelers and Patriots play, and I'm a Steelers fan, he's a Patriots fan. They play Sunday, so the plan is to do a little something for that. I shouldn't say nothing now, because if we end up not doing this, then I feel like it's a little bit of a letdown, but what I'd like to do is do a couple of little friendly wager, bets, whatever. Like, one for the actual game, like, if the Steelers win, he has to do, like, I don't know, use all pink guns in a video and just not reference it or anything. Something like that. And then one for the, like, whatever game we actually do in the stream. We'll see if he's down for that. I'm sure he will be. He's a competitive knucklehead like I am, so we'll just be like, yeah, of course I'll do it, even though, like, inevitably something's gonna go bad. Oregon plays at 2 Central Time. Alright, so if we just go after the Oregon game, that should work, and that's about what time I wanted to do the stream anyway, so if, again, he's down for that, looks like we got a bouncer here. Big male there. Pork Lions. You know it. Boink. JJ McCarthy put up monster numbers, 158 yards, 2 interceptions, 1 fumble, 0 touchdowns. Holy. Not to be weird, but what country do you live in? If I'm reading that right, I'm in the USA. Scarecrow likes the team I like. Go Pats, go Ducks. Boo. Sorry. I don't know who did that. That was really mean. State the Scarecrow live? I think he's in Oregon. Pretty sure. Saw a decent amount of antler. There we go, finally. I'm a Knowles fan. We own Alabama. I can't believe you guys beat Alabama. And, like, immediately they're calling for, what's it, DeBoer? They're calling for him to be fired. Is there even another shooter here? That one. Not going nowhere. And four-wheeler time. Congrats on the 409 Oak. Thank you, Cameron. What the heck kind of question is that? Oh, money method. That makes more sense. I don't know what. Yeah, it's just one of them things the kids talk about. I don't understand the lingo anymore. We used to use real words. You're talking about skibbitying my toilet. I don't even know what that means. Anyway, money method, like shooting crocs on the eastern coast of Emerald Coast. First ever Oakland Classics at 379. Not bad, dude. Very nice. Really don't care about football. Only watch because of fantasy. You know, if you're a fan of a team that's not particularly great, fantasy is a way to still enjoy the season despite your team being meh. Or, you know, if you're a Steeler fan and you're just perpetually not an 8, it still works. Like, you can be interested, you can talk yourself into thinking somehow they go on a run if they can sneak into the playoffs. But for those 8 weeks that they just play like poop and lose, you still got other stuff to pay attention to. That was in the Hunter Classic, Dwayne, 2 weeks ago, I think. That short might have just come out today, though. I think that's it. Sorry about my autocorrect? No, no worries. It's all good. Are you a Steelers fan? I am. Hey, Nightclaw. Pats won yesterday. They did. We have a group chat for the fantasy league I'm in with Scarecrow, and he was, because he's a Pats fan, I bet he sent 200 messages in there during the game. He was just going off, and I'm just like, watching the Steelers game, looking there. Oh, 80 notifications. Good. The end of the game got rough there, JC. It was hard to watch. Lions stay on top of the NFC North. Have you seen them cheeseheads lately there, fella? I don't know about that. Just got back from elk hunting for 3 days. Needless to say, learned a lot of new bird species. Are you saying you were bird watching when you were scouting? Am I reading that right? I saw that, Colton. Yeah, that was a little iffy. Had to play-by-play the past game from Crow. I can only imagine. There's a big one, finally. Not like a potential 270, so we're not going to get too crazy with this. And sure, that could have been number 100K, but like, for one, I'm not leaving a 5 on my map for 2 more runs. But also for 2, it's just a solid diamond fallow. Got a big fight about what truck's best. What do you think is the best truck brand? as far as trucks I've owned, I've literally only owned and driven F-150s. So I'm not one of those people that's like, you know, if you don't drive a Ford, you know, I think you're wrong or whatever. If whatever you drive will get you from A to B, more power to you. That's the way I view it. All right, so I think the way this is looking, we're going to do this run and one more. And that probably is going to be it for Fallow. So let's get that guy. Perfect. What Ford 8 gun am I using? The Hanson 30-06, the one from the Rapid Hunt Rifle Pack. What are we at again? Because that had to be like 10. Yeah, it'd be 57. That'll be about right. All right, let's get a four-wheeler. Dilutius Maximus. I wish I'd come up with that. That's pretty good. He should be 100K. I don't think I can kill the poor guy. He's been with me through thick and thin. Hey, Bonner boy. Found on road dead? Yeah, I know. Mine ain't been dead or found on the road yet, although a tree did fall on it. Hey, Chaz. I didn't get to watch the game price, but I saw the final score. 265, I mean, it's top end of the estimate. 267 was the max. And using the 300 for the grind gun? Indeed. Favorite non-grind species? My favorite species in Call of the Wild generally is snow leopard. Fix or repair daily? This is what I'm saying. I'm not one of those people that does that. Anyway. What's up, Graham? What are some good tips for making a map in Deer in a Camp? I can't get my maps quite right. I bet you I made 10 until I got one that really worked. The main thing that I messed with, I added a whole bunch of grass in the map builder. And I'm talking to the point that it was like making the game lag a little bit. Not the map when you're hunting it, but like the map builder itself. When you would add the grass, it would like lag until it added in. I think the game has to generate that as potential bedding. And when you have enough grass that there is bedding, now there's a route from the deer to go from bedding to food. And I think that's what's getting you deer trails. First words I heard was hating on Fords. Heck yeah. You know what? Banned. Ford's alright, Chevy's better. My dad drove nothing but Fords my entire life. And I'm not just talking trucks. Like, he had a Explorer that he drove to work for a while. He had a Ranger for a period of time. He had a really old F-150 at one point. But he went to go buy a new truck. Did you guys see the way that flipped? He went to go buy a new truck after I got my new one, and he ended up buying a Chevy. I think it was because it was priced better. That's about all it was. Had a deer on the side of the road with a get well soon balloon. Someone also leaves signs with funny one-liners on the roadkill for puns. Jeez. About like 40, Aiden. So we're going to do one more run and then call it quits and then go and set up for our whitetail. Fallow bowling, still elite. Nice, Dino. Good choice, you'll not regret it. I mean, like, within, I don't know, 6 months, the fan motor started making a noise, so just saying, mine doesn't do that. The Diamond Snowy video was incredibly intense. The first one? The one that happened on stream? I forget how long we chased it. An hour plus. It was intense. Flampa, what's up, Owen? Why didn't you let me say hi? Did you get a great one? Why set up for whitetail? Okay. We have not gotten a great one, and unless we get a great one next run, we won't be getting one. But we are, at this point, 43 kills away from 100K. And I don't want number 100K to be like a level 3 fallow deer, right? So we're going to do one more run. That's going to put us somewhere around 30 away. We're going to go and set up for whitetail. That'll kind of slow things down. We'll, you know, move tents around, tripods, that whole thing. Shoot a couple of whitetail along the way. If somehow that leads to a great one or a super rare or whatever, awesome. If not, there'll be a video, I guess, probably Wednesday, getting kill number 100K. And I want it to be something special, right? And the hope was to get it as a great one fallow. There's still a chance. But It's not, you know, we got one run to make it happen. Leave it at that. The one where you shot the rock? Yep, that was my first time in Snowy. That was, I forgot about that. Had that opportunity, I hit the 22 strat. I shot beside him and that spooked him because I didn't know the 22 strat spooks him. It was a whole thing. Rarest animal I've seen was in the wild was an albino moose in Montana. We're coming up out of Idaho and it was trotting by the river. Asked my dad if he's ever seen a moose and he said once, then that. So the second moose he had ever seen was an albino? I've only ever seen one moose, so maybe the next one I see will be albino too. Everything spooks snow leopards? You are not wrong. Those heightened senses are real. What time do you usually start streaming? Our Monday streams are 3 p.m. Eastern. Friday streams are 1 p.m. Eastern. I do stream the Hunter Classic on Twitch on Wednesdays as well. That's 7:30 p.m. But in a couple of weeks when hunting season starts, the Wednesday streams get phased out because I'm trying to hunt. So, you know, I mentioned that, but I also want to put that caveat in there because there won't be too many more Wednesday Classic streams before what I call the hunting season schedule starts. Not a whole lot of anything interesting here. Saw one albino deer once. I've seen 2, 3, 4, I think 5. I'm trying to remember. There were 2 albino fawns that were twins. And there was an albino doe in this one field. And just last year we saw another albino doe in that same field. And I'm pretty sure there was a doe out there with an albino fawn. I might be misremembering that one. At least 4. Ford first on race day. I ain't racing mine, I'm just trying to not die. Oh, that sucks, Nightclaw. Do you play Red Dead Redemption 1 or 2? I've played a decent bit of 2. I live streamed an entire playthrough of the main story over on Twitch. And, like, a lot of times if we do 24-hour streams, Red Dead will be a couple hours of it. It's a fun game. Like, I got a lot of hours in it. I don't play it a lot these days, but still very much enjoy it. Well, you guys see deer when you hunt? Sometimes. Three here. And they're all dead. Deer genetics are so interesting, yet so confusing at the same time. There's a lot of, like, bad information out there as far as deer genetics go. Like, you know, you hear the idea of call bucks and how guys on TV will shoot, like, a, I don't know, 2.5 or 3.5-year-old deer because it's not as big as it should be. A lot of times that's because they need content for the show. And I think that's led people to believe you can influence your deer herd by shooting a couple of bucks. It takes a lot to really influence the herd. Absolutely love legendary animals in Red Dead? Yeah. It's a cool little thing. It's, you know, not quite great ones or whatever, but it's maybe sort of like rares in Call of the Wild. Taking a break from grinding Call of the Wild, but watching doesn't count. What grind were you doing? Was it muleys? Would you rather get a 16-point whitetail or an albino spike in real life? 16-point. I was initially going to say we can't shoot a spike here anyway. It's got to have at least 3 points on one side, but that doesn't mean I couldn't hunt somewhere else. But I don't think I'd shoot an albino spike unless it's clearly a mature buck, like, I don't know, a 12-year-old buck that only has grown 2 spikes again. I wouldn't shoot. I'm not someone who would shoot an albino or a piebald or whatever just because it is. Now, the way that, like, okay, so there was a piebald doe at my dad's property about 10 years ago. And the way that I approached it was, all right, it's a fawn, not going to shoot it. And it walked right out in front of me in muzzleloader season, 60 yards, definitely could have shot it, did shoot it. The next year was 1.5. I typically try not to shoot 1.5-year-old does. I've shot some, but I'm typically aiming for more mature does. So I passed it that year. The following year, when it was 2.5, I decided to hunt it because, like, I will shoot a 2.5-year-old doe regularly to fill the freezer. So at that point, like, the way that I'm viewing it in my head is, it's not, I'm not shooting it because it's piebald. I'm shooting it because it's a mature doe that can fill my freezer. It happens to be piebald, and I'll probably get it mounted because of that too. Cameron, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, man. About to reach 100,000 harvests. We are indeed. We are gonna, unless we can get something insane to pop up here, we are probably gonna try to delay that a bit. We'll see what happens. Is there a second shooter in here? Not really. That would be a tight squeeze, and I don't think that's gonna happen. Didn't even alert him. Really? Well, we hit him. Hit him again. Good enough. And that was the only deer we shot there? No, we killed one over here too. Don't some states ban shooting albinos? Yeah, I don't think it's legal in Wisconsin. There's a number of states you can't shoot them. How many kills? Like 35 away? Whoa. Ow. We killed 3 more. So yeah, 33 away. So at the end of this run, we're going to be done. We're actually, I don't even know that I'll kill everything at the Twin Lakes, because that's going to be more kills than I wanted. If you shoot an albino, you got to at least keep the hide from it. We had a neighbor who shot an albino doe and didn't even keep the hide. I'm trying to think what my opinion on that needs to be. I mean, if you do everything ethically and stuff, I think especially if you don't target that deer, if you don't want the hide, like whatever, I guess. That is one of the reasons I am probably willing to shoot like an albino or piebald. I've never had one in front of me beyond that piebald doe that, again, it was a fawn that year. So I didn't want to shoot it. I've never had to make that decision. So when the time comes to make that decision, if I ever see one, maybe I will think differently. But I think I would shoot it. And the reason I think that is because of stuff like that. Like, deer make people crazy. And somebody sees that albino or whatever and is going to go and, you know, shoot it with a spotlight and, like, because they shot it illegally, not take it to a taxidermist, try to self-tan the hide, and all the fur falls off, like, whatever. That kind of thing can be a result of how that deer gets remembered and, like, memorialized and stuff. I'm not really, you know, I don't want that to happen. So at least in my head, like, I know if I shoot it, I'm going to get it mounted, I'm going to take care of it. The whole thing, I'm hopefully going to make, like, a good clean shot, that whole side of it, too. But it's, you know, it's a personal decision at the end of the day. What's up, Sky Blue? I would shoulder mount even an albino doe. I'd have to think long and hard about full body mounting it. It would depend. I thought that was an albino. It is not. Alright, we're going to kill those ones. We'll see what's on the other side. I'm going to leave those ones that we're running. And that might be it for fallow today. I say turn the hide into clothing. It's a neat idea. I don't exactly know what the setting is in which I'm wearing an albino doe coat, but there may be one. Excellent snow camo, perhaps. Unrelated, but do you think sloth bears could be added in the future? I don't know enough about them, really. I don't see why they couldn't be added. Alright, let's take that one. I think I'm going to leave the rest. Nice dodge. For the sake of kill total, and for the sake of, in the next hour and a half, shooting some whitetail, what we set up for whitetail, we're going to leave it at that. So no great one fallow. There's still a very outside, but a slight chance that we get a great one whitetail or a super rare whitetail or something today, but pretty unlikely. So all those fallow we killed, and it's not like the fallow grind's over, to be clear. We're still going to come back to this. No great one before 100k. What's up, Max? Got a bunch of weapons, tree stand and tripod DLC on my PC. Nice, man. Enjoy those. Never even heard of a rare deer killed in Louisiana, but I assume that's because most of South Louisiana are outlaws. Yeah, I guess if you're in an area like that, less of those deer make it to 1.5, 2.5 years old, stuff like that. Any info on a new reserve being added? Haven't heard a thing. it's, you know, like, it's pretty rare for us to have an idea of what's happening until, what, early to mid-November, I would say? Probably about then, that's when we start to find some information out. EW does pretty good of you know, keeping stuff under wraps. Scared, thank you for subscribing, welcome on in. Check all your fallow zone. You know, I thought of that same thing, Z, we should. We'll do that. Shelby, thank you for subscribing as well. Good to have you here. Welcome on in. So they did a shoulder mount of the doe head and then a square plaque she was mounted on had her hide. Yeah, I've seen that as well. I imagine that's probably cheaper. I don't know how much cheaper, but I wouldn't be opposed to it because I know full body mounts are not, you know, a cheap thing to get done, but I guess that's also why I look at it that way in terms of, you know, if I'm going to shoot one, I almost feel responsible to get it full body mounted, or at least mounted it in, you know, a way like that. Because one of my rationalities for shooting it is I'm going to make sure this thing gets mounted and like memorialized and appreciated forever, as opposed to maybe the guy that's like, you know, poaching it or whatever it might do. What's up, Phantom? Body mounts are like 5K US? I think it's more in the 2.5 range, but it depends on the taxidermist. You probably get a mule deer for 100 with how easy they seem to be. I probably should have been mule deer grinding the last week or so, but it's getting close to hunting season. Like, I really wanted to have the fallow out of the way if at all possible, but here we are. Let's ask Google, let's see what they say. How much is a full body mount white-tailed deer? 3,500 this says. And again, it entirely depends on what taxidermist you go to and stuff. Like, I bet the taxidermist that I went to, it'd be a little bit cheaper. But he does a really good job. He does good work. Another hour and a half-ish price. We're going to check all of our fallow zones, make darn sure that a great one hasn't spawned in like an exterior zone or something stupid before we're done here. And then we're going to go set up for whitetail. We should be done in an hour, hour and a half-ish. And that'll wrap up today's stream. Maybe we still manage to find something insane for 100K, who knows? If that happens, we will stream until we get 100K and that thing. You good?
About that.
What happened?
My profile was slipping out of my hand, so I was focusing on that, and then I almost fell walking up the stairs.
Oh my god. Are you using herd management? Yeah, it's not doing me a lot of good, but I am. To be fair, it's not like super intense herd management. I'm pretty well managed though at this point. It just ain't showing up. Hey Tristan, good to see you, man. Why are you shooting solo zones, or are you still herd managing? So like, because I'm stubborn is the reason why. My original fallow grind, which went 6,000 some odd kills, and here I sit at 5,000 still going. Herd management was a thing at that time, but it wasn't like known that much. So I was just grinding whatever. And I kept that same setup here. I'm grinding solos in a lot of these spots, and it's part of it is like that stubborn determination that I was talking about. Like, I kind of want to get a great one grinding primarily solo zones. Just to say I have. Just because one of the things that kind of drives me nuts is, and I don't think it's anyone's fault, but there's so many misconceptions about great one grinding. And I think so often, like, somebody watches a video, and I don't think that person ever says you have to do this. But somebody watches the video, and the impression is, okay, you have to do it this way. I have to find all my zones. I have to shoot down every exterior. I have to stack, whatever. You can grind a whole bunch of ways and work. Now, is there a best way? Yeah. But you don't have to do it that way if that's not how you want to do it. So that's why I'm stubbornly doing it this way. And yeah, I kind of wish it was over, but I'm sticking with it. Eris, thank you for subscribing. Welcome on in. Diamond Common Raccoon number 2. Nice, AJ. What's up, Alberto? Don't skull mountain albino IRL? Well, the skull would match the fur. So there's that. Bunch of babies out there. More power to you. Feels like less power lately with the way these Fallow are acting, but hey, sometimes that's the way it is. Bearded Princess, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. I like your profile pic, by the way. What is some advice you have for someone who is new to live streaming and streaming Call of the Wild? I guess a couple of things. I would say, like, try to set some sort of schedule to stick to as far as your streams go. Like, way back in the day when I first started streaming, I would stream at, 3 o'clock on Mondays. And that was just my stream day. Now, you might stream every day or whatever it is, but I would try to stream, like, at the same time on the same days, so your audience knows to come back. Because having, even if it's a couple of viewers, consistently in your chat, that's going to get you, get your content pushed to potential new viewers more than if, like, you're streaming sporadically, nobody's in there, like, you know what I mean? So that's a big thing. I would, like, as far as the streaming side of it goes, one of the things, and I'm not even very good at it, I've been very fortunate, I didn't start streaming until I had a fairly decent sized channel, so I've always kind of had some viewers in chat, but something that's really good to practice is being able to talk about what you're doing and not relying on chat. Like, I really do rely on chat as a crutch sometimes. I can talk my way through 5, 10, 15 minutes of just, like, whatever I'm doing in game. And if someone's in chat to bounce off of, great. But the reason I say all this is, if you're a streamer and you've got, 2 or 3 viewers in there, and they're not really saying much, and that's just the way that it goes. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're then also just sitting there, like, if this is your stream right now, kind of boring, right? And a new viewer is going to come in and be like, oh, this guy doesn't even have a mic, bye. They might not say anything, you might not know they were there to address them. So if you're being engaging, and that might just be explaining what you're doing, that might be talking about whatever, that can make a really big difference. I would say try to practice, like, talking through whatever you're doing at the moment, when there's not chat to bounce ideas and questions and all that off of. Those would be my main 2 things. What do you think the next map in Great One will be? I mean, I hope it's Africa 2.0 and Great One Cape Buffalo or whatever. Do I think that? Not really. I think it won't be a North America map, but where exactly? I don't know. Saint Zach, I have not. I'm sorry. I'm an uncultured swine. Got both my Great One Fallow in less than 700 kills, but I wasn't claiming the ones that ran off. I generally claim the ones that run off. Maybe that's my issue. Alright, well, we got a couple more spots that we need to check in on here. Hey, King Patriot. We're very close to 100k. We're like 30 some away. 29 away, in fact. And we're pretty much checking all of our exteriors, make sure a Great One didn't spawn, and then we're going to go set up for Fallow. Set up for Whitetail. We're going to set up another Fallow grind, because I just can't get enough of these stupid things. Don't be so hard on yourself. Nah, it's true. Thinking either a second South America map or Africa 2.0. I'd be cool with South America again. Parkey's a fun map. Is there only one? Holy smokes, I felt like there were 2. There was and I think it had tigers. There was a map in Dangerous Hunts 2009, which is where I get my name if you guys didn't know. Flint Abrams was the main character. I think it was a South America map because there were like tapir and stuff. And there was tigers that you had to like tranquilize. Anyway. They could do something like that. I'd be pretty happy with it. Gator hunting is not as easy as it looks on Swamp People, is it not? Favorite Great One Mule Deer combo? I really like the one I got, Dusky Drift typical rack, which isn't very typical, but that's what people call it. The Dripple Drizzle fur is excellent. That with the classic rack looks really good. And also the Milky Way with the classic rack. Really, really top tier. Probably the striped breed of Jaguar. In the game, they were definitely tigers, but I'm not saying that's accurate. I don't think I realized how many fallow were down here. None of them are remotely interesting, but there are many of them. Alright, one last spot, and if there's no great one standing there, that will officially does it for fallow. Dangerous Hunt 2011 was wild. I get them confused. Is that the one with the albino hyena and the burning building? I mean, that's one I should kill, but for the sake of not getting too close to 100k here, we're reventually bound. I can't wait for all the, did you finally get it? Because we're on the wrong map. It's gonna happen. Just yesterday got a great one, Moose on Medved after a 50-hour grind. I was so stunned. Nice. Hope it was a good combo. There really isn't a bad combo for Moose, so I'd say odds are it was. Okay, so first thing, switch that out. We're gonna go and grab some tents, because I have tents in many a place. I do believe, yeah, I even took that one down. And this was a moose issue because I could not get my moose. I did set up tents primarily for a moose grind, so actually some of these don't, maybe a lot of these don't need moved. Hang on a second. Do I have the maximum amount of tents placed? This might not take as long as I thought. No great one yet, and we are now switching to Reventuli because we're so close to 100k. I don't want to go over with fallow and then get like nothing interesting. So we got at least 3 more tents we can place. Okay, so 3 more. All right, Shadow, come on. Oak Spider Rack is best for moose. That's what Kyla got.
I hate it.
I don't know why people hate on Spider Rack. I think it's cool. I don't like spiders, but I like the Spider Rack. Mystery, thank you for subscribing. Welcome on in. Good to have you. Alright, now I will say I don't know like a ton about the whitetail grind here, so I'm gonna be learning on the fly, but the first thing we're gonna do is make it whitetail time. Do they have a stainless steel material? There's one that's close. How did you and Scarecrow become friends? He pays me, crap. I don't know, we do the same thing. Spider Rack is aight. It's pretty aight. Okay. So I think 10 o'clock will work for now. Give that a shot. Want the Fabled Oak Big Rack? When you say Big Rack, the non-typical one? Because that one is pretty good. Great one whitetail by 425k? Who knows? I don't intend to do any serious whitetail grinding beyond just this setup, and then, you know, in 8 years when we get our fallow, we'll have our whitetail already ready to go. Did you get a great one, fallow? Nope. We are, opening the map's gonna be an issue. I have so many zones. We're 29 kills away from 100k, and I don't want to, go over 100k if we're not gonna get some kind of cool, like, great one, fallow 4 number 100k. So we're slowing down at that. We're going to set up our whitetail. And if in the process, you know, maybe a rare bird or super rare whitetail, maybe somehow the great one spawns in like a couple of kills. If that happens, we'll try to get number 100k of that. If not, that'll be a video this week. Okay, so that's a doe zone, and that's probably fine, although I thought this was a pretty good spot. I don't know if killing those would work. That's probably an issue for a future day. This is more about just figuring out where we do need to set up. Link zone. The zone you're going to is so weird, I got a level 2 Mela out of it, and then everything there despawns. So if mine's a doe only zone, that might not be bad. Revan to the coast, King Patriot. What's up, the Raven? Welcome on in. Alright, nothing there. Tell you what, I didn't consider that. Because I've hunted my Revan to the single player so much. Opening the map will cause lag when you have like a crap ton of zones. I don't really know if there's anything I could do about that, but that's a little annoying. Quad paddle for moose is the worst. It's disgusting. I think it's unique. I like it. How many great ones do you have? 13? Uh-oh. 14? I forget. I think 14 because I got that accidental great one. I like how I no longer remember. Oh, when you get old like I am, you just can't keep track of nothing. I'm a Revenue veteran, I got you, I appreciate it. What do you think is the worst whitetail great one rack? The worst one? I don't like this double rack, stubby, whatever the heck, the short rack personally. I don't know that it's bad, I just... When I think of a great one, the last thing I think of is like short little weenie tines. Alright, well that appears to be a doe only zone. I think what we're going to run into really fast... And actually, some of these whitetail, when I shot them, it was for things like testing the 300 Blackout versus the Quist Reaper versus the 243. Killed a bunch of them, they didn't respawn. I'm not so sure that I shouldn't like leave this tent here, because they may come back. So I guess I'm going to leave it for the moment. Do you have a diamond rock ptarmigan? Yep, I have a diamond of every animal in the game. Anything here? Now this was really a moose setup. I'd take a diamond hazel grouse as 100k if that was around. So I think we can get that. Good deal, those are the same tents. Now, surely there's whitetail here. The lake part on the right is really good. Lake part. Do you ever plan on doing a non-Great One animal grind? Like, I did my beaver grind until I got a diamond. I'm generally not interested in doing grinds for, like, diamonds and stuff. Again, yeah, I did it for beavers because you kind of can't just accidentally stumble into a diamond beaver. Like, they only have those few locations they live at. I like to hunt for my diamonds. Like, I'd rather not grind for them. Nice, Mel. I think I'm starting my first Great One grind being black bear. Don't know if I'll attempt herd management yet. I'll tell you this much. I did my first black bear grind, no herd management, and it took me about 8,000 kills. I did my second black bear grind. I was in the process of setting up herd management, and I'm not saying I had any influence on this. I hadn't even gotten the diamond yet. But I got my Great One at about 300, maybe 350 kills. I'm not saying that's the result you'll have if you use herd management, but I will say, going no herd management can be signing up for a really long grind. Duck grind in the future? I hope not. I mean, I sort of was attempting a little bit of a Eurasian teal grind, but it's just like... I'd rather not grind for ducks. I enjoy hunting them, I don't enjoy sitting there shooting them off the water. Gotcha, Colton. I'm imagining this is a map, huh? Oh, that. I know what you mean. Yes, we will go to that spot. I didn't know that. Okay. Do we have any here? Did we get the Great One fallow? Nope. We're just so close to 100k. I'm going to set up for whitetail basically just to, like, you know, keep the stream going, do something productive. And also, I'm going to kill that one. Also, I guess save 100k for something actually good. Because if the Great One fallow is not going to spawn, I don't want to kill, you know, a level 3 fallow deer or whatever. As number 100k, that just feels like a giant shame. So, we have at least 2 bucks here. Where the heck did I just kill that at? Okay. Are you going for a 3 Great One huddle mount? I don't know. It depends what happens, I guess. Like, let's say, I'm going to move this tent. Let's say we were to get a Mellow Diamond whitetail before a Great One. Okay, well, I'll have a huddle of albino diamond, piebald diamond, and mellow diamond. And I could do 2 Great Ones fighting in that collision multi-mount. That's not it. Side-by-side multi-mount, collisions, blacktail and mountain lion. If we don't, then I don't know what I'm going to do. Like, I still want the super rares together. So it entirely depends on, like, what we get in the process. Are you going to tax the 100k kill no matter what it is for the memory? My intention is to shoot a diamond or whatever for us, so I imagine just by that, it'll end up being taxed. Like, well let's take the realistic approach here. in all likelihood, we're probably not killing anything special for 100k on this stream unless we get a really cool whitetail to show up from the couple of kills we're going to get as we set up. So, what will end up happening is we'll be, you know, 99,990-ish kills. So probably like Wednesday's video, we'll go out, we'll hunt around, try to find something special, in the process get those last couple kills. And the reason I'm going to leave that buffer of a few kills away from it is, you know, maybe it takes a couple hours to find it and kill some stuff along the way. And if we find it before we get there, like we need to kill a couple extra things, we're not going to be too far away that somebody else on that server comes and gets it. But yeah, my hope would be to get to 99,999 and then hunt around, try to find a rare, a diamond, whatever. Did you get a great one, Fallow? Nope. We are setting up for whitetail because we're so close to 100k. I don't want to kill a lame Fallow that's not a great one as number 100k. I should pin that. Oh. I don't think that's going to make sense. Let's do that. And that. I try for a rare because trolls exist. Yeah, if it's something that's likely to troll, you know, troll rack, mule deer, or whatever, I'll probably go to a ski ridge, to be honest, but I don't know. I might not. But yeah, that's something to consider as well. But you can also get, you know, guaranteed diamond or whatever. Just depends. We'll look forward to it either way. We'll see what happens. I'm excited about it though. Gonna be nice to have this set up for whitetail when we get to it as well. Where are those deers that I just saw? There's some other deers, including a fairly thick level 2 there. There's the ones. So maybe the ideal with that, it's whitetail zone there and there. If we set up kinda like this area, we can get them both. YouTube's body shaming me with these ads. Sad. After all, it's just a number. You really want to set up a fake scenario as your 100k kill? Just to say it was a special kill? What makes it fake? That marshy area is hands down my favorite area for whitetail. Do you have to kill the whole flock for bobwhite quail to get the respawn? Yes. Any bird species, other than like pheasants for some reason, it seems like you gotta kill every member of the flock to get respawns. Alright, that's about 220. I gotta go a little further back. Every ad is for a scale? Did you like interact with that ad or something? Because actually, didn't YouTube make it so they can't do targeted ads anymore? Maybe that's it. The DraftKings is swooping in like, I'm gonna advertise to everybody. Do you have a diamond bobwhite quail? I do. I've got a couple of them actually. I killed a diamond female one back when female bobwhite quail were the ones that made diamond. And then I killed a diamond male like 2 days after my great one moose because I wanted a diamond male quail for the great one moose multi-mount. Why did they spook? That's strange. What's up, Brendan? We're chilling. We're setting up for whitetail now as we got so close to 100k that we were about to go over with Fallow, and I didn't want to do that. Was that a sign to gamble? I'm not saying I recommend it. Just get your friends to grind and say you got a great one? Holy, I did it! How many kills were you at? I can't remember. A lot of people think that's like what some of the content creators do. I think that's one of the advantages of, you know, I've done a lot of these streams, grinds exclusively on stream. Like, I think the only grinding I've done off stream in the last 6 months was mule deer. Everything else, like start to finish, was done on stream. So, you kind of know from there What went into it? What in the world did I do there? What? Okay. Just don't question it, it's fine. I'm not saying any of these are necessarily main zones or not. It's just a matter of finding where they are right now. Love the rare wood duck vid yesterday. Thank you, man. Got your fallow? We did not. That was a snipe. I definitely meant to do that. The double lake is phenomenal. Here. Just read the message. No worries. Made $160 off a 40-cent slot spin, and now I'm a gambling addict. The rush is like no other. Yeah, I do a little bit of sports betting. I don't get crazy with it. Like $5 or $10 is the max bet I'll do. But that hit is really darn good, and it's a problem. Like, you got to be careful with it. Imagine if you killed a diamond lynx for the 100,000th kill. That'd be kind of cool. Imagine this is... It would be really nice for it to be something, you know, not a, I don't know, a diamond, like, what are easy diamonds anymore? Ibex. I'm not going to go to Quattro for kill number 100k. Tomorrow's the second day of my red deer hunt. Wish me luck. Ooh, nice. Hope you get one. If you do, feel free to post pictures in the Discord. I'd love to see it. Well, I hear Hazel Grouse. I can't see him. Gold Mellow Woody. Hey, nice. Twins. Setting up for whitetail was such a pain, but now it's one of my favorite grinds. I think this is one I'll end up very much enjoying when we get to it. And who knows, if the fallow deer decide to like us or not, we could be to it very soon. But having it set up will make it that much easier to, you know, dive into it when we get there. Looks like we can steal that tent. I don't see any whitetail here. Got the fallow? We did not get the fallow. Don't think there's whitetail down there. It does look that way. Pin message. Or pinned. Isn't a bad idea to find something not too commonly found, like about a raccoon dog or a gray fox? Well, I think it's going to be down to like whatever I can find on the given hunt. I'm trying to think like what map to go to. I like the idea of a ski ridge. Sooner Baton could be good. Not a yak. That'd be lame. Or a blue sheep. Maybe not Cedar Baton. I guess we'll just kind of see what happens when we get there. I thought I had whitetail here. I'm nearly certain that I did. Yeah, I got a whitetail zone. 2 whitetail zones. I'll back that tent off a bit. And finally a new ad. Nice. I swear people never look at pin messages. To be fair, YouTube doesn't do an amazing job of making them extremely obvious. Hey, Squid. Well, we backed out of the fallow grind for now because we're so close to 100k that we're going to end up hitting 100k, and doesn't look like there's a great one anywhere in sight. So we're doing... I didn't get these tents. Whoops. We're doing whitetail setup. Think you should go to Medved? I'll do it in multiplayer, so it will be dependent on what servers are open at the time. Medved's not bad. I could go to Layton. Kind of do like an OG, but the thing about Layton is any diamond we could get on Layton. Whether that's, you know, black bear, coyote, whitetail, blacktail, elk, any of them we have a dozen or more diamonds of. It'd be cool to get something less hunted. Fallow spawned? Unfortunately not. Hey, mistress, what's up? What I miss? Nothing to speak of, really. Oh. So there are whitetail here. What? Did he just spawn there? I'm gonna get myself a little closer to 100K. Like, how did he actually get there? Alright, that was peculiar. So we assume they probably drink here. Maybe tent across then? Something like that? That's why I think you should go to Medvid, plus it's an underrated map. It is a fun map. If there's server options, that's definitely gonna be one I'll consider. When I like go to record a Call of the Wild video, I don't really like, I'll sit down and I don't know where I'm going. Most of the time. I'll sit down and I'll go into multiplayer and I'll be like, alright, what map has some servers open? Let's kind of see. Ooh, like, Emerald Coast looks fun today. Like, that's literally how I choose where I'm going for the day. 25 kills away, so we can manage to kill 10 or 15 more whitetail as we do this setup, so we're in the clear for now. Everyone open their servers? Hey, Caden, don't forget you want to have at least 2 deer left per zone. If you leave 1 remaining in the zone, it'll become a solo zone. And to be clear, is it 2 deer or 2 bucks? Medved, you did get your first diamond? Yep, this is true. Anything good yet? A whole bunch of, you know, I don't know why my tent thing didn't work there. Whole bunch of level 5 fallow. Unfortunately, no great ones. Want to be something to find a legendary snowy while not hunting yak? Well, that's why I thought of it. Like, you know, diamond snow leopard would be insane for that. But I think there's, you know, too much potential for it to just end up being a diamond yak. Not that I would shoot it, but you know what I mean? Nice squid. That's giant diamond blue sheep and mellow snow sheep? Or snow sheep. Blue sheep? Diamond mountain hare, holy. A wild flincher doing a whitetail grind? We're in the process of setting one up anyway. Mostly because fallow are big meanies. So, alright, Caden, this is the perfect example. Oh wait, never mind. I'm just blind. So as long as we only kill like 2 of these, we're good. That actually looks like a nice little zone to grind, so we may just... You can't bully me about that now? Yeah, I can. I have 2 of them. Pick it up.
Stop it.
Last time I checked, 1 is less than 2. In fact, it's half of 2. 50%? Is that really good enough? Get a diamond mountain hare to bully Mel. I could get 3. One of them was on my... No, both of them were on my single player. I'm just that good. To be fair, I haven't hunted a lot of Reventually multiplayer, so had I gotten any multi, that'd be pretty wild. I'm gonna kill 1, because I'd like to be killing things the entire stream. Ooh. Multiple herds, mayhaps? So, let's say, like... Maybe tripod in here-ish? I gotta redo my loadout, actually. Watched so many videos over the years, this is the first time I catch you live. Stay the way you are, you're awesome. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate you jumping into a live stream. Hopefully we can get something good as we go along here, setting up our whitetail grind. So, gonna grab some pods of the tri variety. Gonna buy some more. Then I had conifer, I believe. Did you use a whole brain cell to do that math? You wanna know what's sad? I already forget what math I even just did. Wonder how quickly I'm gonna get tired of the whole lagging to open the map thing. I have a diamond woolly here, nice. One is half of 2? Oh yeah, that. I actually used only a half a brain cell, as is fitting given the math. I'm gonna go up the hill, I think, or not. Good enough. And I don't know, we might be able to just see right through that gap, actually. The less running we gotta do for, you know, unnecessary time, the better. Yeah, I'll take that. Did you get the fallow? We did not get the fallow. I have school, so I can only watch you after 3:30. No worries. Have you noticed the dog slowly getting worse? Yeah, Scarecrow and I were talking about that last time we collabed. Apparently, they just aren't acting right or something. Your dog's fine? And of course, we all know Chance is dead. That was Dee Dee's dog. It's a... never mind. In-game dog, not real dog. That sounded really mean when I thought about it. Ow. Skills and perks, please. I'll quickly cycle through them. You can just screenshot whatever you want to do there. Nothing like watching Flinter while hunting Glitch Caper Kaylee. That's what we like to hear. It's dead. The real thing was, by the way, when Scenthounds first came, or Bloodhounds rather, first came out, there was a weird thing that would happen when they hit max level. They would just walk in slow motion. And in the video, Dee Dee's dog got to max level, and he was like, "I think he's just old and gonna die. We gotta put him down." In true Dee Dee style, you know. Speaking of Dee Dee, did you guys see he shot a really big buck? Like probably a 140. A real life buck I'm talking about. Alright, that zone could be kind of iffy. We'll see. That's more promising, although not incredible bucks. You whack one of those. No lightning hands. I had all 3 in lightning hands. There you go. Capper Cali. Oh god. Bucks have poofed. Of course, considering today is open for reduction zone. You know, it's the fall shift, the whole thing. To be expected. I have to hug that tree. Glorious. Fallow grind is so much less enjoyable than mule deer. Oh god, yeah, a couple of times I picked up mule deer again, like, in the midst of doing my fallow grind, I was always like, oh yeah, this is what it's like to have fun. Fallow are just mean. Kind of made it so they roam still close, but they kind of do their own thing, and I think that's messing them up. I guess, would it have been a change with the pump flip and fire update? I don't know why they were changed, they seemed fine. I don't know if you noticed or knew this, but the smaller the zone, the better they respawn. When you say the smaller the zone, you're talking the smaller the herd? I guess I would say I generally have kind of found that, but I'm not sure that I've like made the correlation that that's definitely the case. I know every map's different, but my Repentuli was gas. I was getting a diamond every 15 kills. I bet I won't get to that point. It was a while before that for me. For what it's worth, I don't normally hunt with a dog, so I guess I probably wouldn't know. They've sucked since the ski? Huh. Do both Hunting Lodges DLCs not have bathrooms? The Leighton Lodge does, the free one. I don't know if Saseka does. I don't think so. Actually, since Saul's? Yikes. I guess I have the zone. I didn't realize Whitetail drank here. Well, this is a maybe good spot. We'll give it a shot. Tripod. I don't know why I just did that. I already have those. What the heck slot do I have them in? 1? That's definitely where I would put a tripod. Alright. That was more difficult as it should have been. Alright. There we go. How many diamonds have you killed your total call WoW career? So my stats are off. It's 300 higher than it should be, so 1,729. I kind of think my stats are off, and it hasn't counted some diamonds I've shot, because I feel like I was at 1,400 like a year ago, and I've killed probably 100 diamond fallow. So I think there's some that, like, the stats didn't update, but, you know, ever since they tried to implement that counter and broke stuff, I don't pay nearly as much attention to my stats. Used to be, you know, people would ask me every single stream how many diamonds you have. Anymore, like, I get asked sometimes, but not real often. Welcome back, Adrian. Do you have to grind to get a diamond? Nah. It was a pain for me to get respawns after setting Whitetail up, gave up on it and shot some birds, came back and had a great one. 100% less than 40 kills. Nice. We'll see if I can get a grind like that. So I feel like this is maybe a place that I'd want to end up being like exteriors. As there's a stud over there. That's going to be the challenge for me. Because I always end up like trying to grind too many spots. So trying to determine which ones I'm going to grind, which I'm not. But like, is this actually even a herd? Like $3 in a doe. I'm gonna have to learn me a thing or two before we're done with this. Came back to Riv after 2,000 plus on the latent grind too. Sometimes that's the way it works. That zone for me always had big bucks, but I rarely hunted it. Fair enough. Do you have to grind to get a great one? You don't have to, but like, the odds that you get a great one without grinding are pretty darn low. My favorite diamond, yours your diamond snowy. Excluding super rares, I'd say probably my diamond snow leopard as well. This looks like a good way to die. Did that do like no damage? Because I think I already had half health. I have karate initials for almost every species on every map. I always felt like during the early access periods, I would get just insane initials, and then the actual release back when early access progress didn't count, I would get terrible initials. I mean, like, future whitetail grinding stream thumbnails, so... Don't turn that way, you turd. Ow. Wait. He's gonna murder me, so actually, I will quit doing that. What a nice lad. Alright, carry on. I won't kill that until I kind of understand what's happening with grind stuff, so we're going to jump over here. Your whitetail always freeze here? That... I don't know if I want to intentionally set up a grind where I'm shooting frozen animals, but it could also be useful at the same time. Glad to hear that, Lane. Glad you could make it in today as well. Even in game, you're mastering the surprise father turnaround like, did you really just do that? Do you want to stand in the corner for 12 minutes, boy? Kinda glad there's none here. None back there. Now, I do think these lakes could maybe get whitetail, so, like, this might be a future bouncer problem, but I definitely have whitetail zones there. Or a whitetail zone. Is it Jaya? Am I saying that right? Welcome on in. Did you hear about Joe Burrow and his injury? I did. Jake Browning was pretty elite. Kind of in every game except against the Steelers in 2023, so we'll see where that goes. Ultimate Great One Challenge, spawn all Great Ones, and in one stream, kill them in order with a different weapon each. You're talking like all 10 or whatever species there are? I'll let someone who's better at grinding do that than me. Good deal, Jaya. Had Burrow for fantasy, scored 7 point. Yeah, same here, man. I have Trevor Lawrence as my backup, but I don't know that I'm happy enough with that, so I gotta figure something out. I need, like, Chase McLaughlin and the Texans defense to pull off some kind of miracle or I'm going to lose this game. It's like a week-long stream? I think he meant just the killing part being the stream. I think all the grinding and stuff could happen sort of in the lead up to it. Got Lamar and Jalen. You got them both. Nice. I don't even see the whitetail that I supposedly have a zone of. We are getting a little late here, but I don't think we were too late for that. Alright, now is going to be the fun stuff. I know whitetail can be over here, so let's do that before I forget about it. The more I hear you and chat... Oh, the more I hear you and chat talk about the fallow grind, the more I want to procrastinate it. It can be, like, solid. I really think if I had started fallow from scratch and, like, done proper management and stuff, I'd probably have it already. But I'm stubborn and want to do it the way I already had it set up. So here we are. Whatever happened to Trevor Lawrence, I don't follow football, but even I heard about how hyped up he was in college. Got drafted by the Jaguars, #1 overall. Kind of had a pretty meh year, but he also had a terrible coach. His second year, he showed some promise. Third year, he had a big down year and injury. And I guess this would be year 4, and it's rocky so far. Selected as the boat crossing. Got to walk a bit from the lodge, but there's a lot there. Lake with the boat crossing. This one, I'm guessing? Huh? Are you gonna get on my map? No. Problem with T-Law, he's on the Jags. That's not helping his situation, I'll give you that. Pressed new game this morning, went on a ski ridge and found a diamond elk at the starter lake. Nice. Doing the fallow grind right now. Hope it treats it better than it's treating me. Because it's been mean to me. Hazel grouse. Could we get a miracle level 3? Nope. Almost jump up and catch him, though. What is your favorite movie? I'll say Jurassic Park 1, so Kyla's not mad at me.
You're such a loser.
Why?
You're your own person. What's your favorite movie?
I don't watch movies, dude, so I don't have one. I watch football, and that's like it. He's had 2-3 coaches so far. He had Urban Meyer, he had Doug Peterson, and now he has... Well, he had whoever the heck was the interim last year, and now he has Liam Cohen. What do you think? How long it would take to get an albino lion of Burhunga when setting up tents on all lakes? Not sure what the spawn rates of those are, and I don't have one yet. I've heard of people going 5,000 plus kills. Like, they're really rare as far as I can tell. Like the first Conjuring movie. I like all the Conjuring movies, but I don't know if that's like a like, to me, a favorite movie is something you watch multiple times. Once you've seen The Conjuring, you kind of, I don't know, that to me that's something you watch once. Huh?
So that's the same thing with Jurassic Park. You know exactly.
You watch it over and over. What are you talking about?
Because it's my favorite movie. What's your favorite movie?
I don't watch anything over and over. Best reserve for turkey hunting? Mississippi's pretty fun for it, actually. Like, if you want to just kill numbers, probably Silver Ridge Peaks with Merriam turkeys. Howdy, Flinter. Vikings game went thumbs down. Yeah, I only watched the first half, and I guess things really fell apart after halftime, but doing alright. The Steelers game was also big poop by the end, so that's the way it goes. Movies aren't entertaining to me. I'm kind of the same way. Like, I like watching true crime stuff, like, based on true story stuff, generally, I like. Other than that, like, sports and hunting shows, I guess. It's a big 2. Maybe I switch to the pheasant grit one grind instead, then? I mean, albino lions look incredible. I'm not saying it's not worth it. But I would think it's going to take a pretty long time. I'm a comedy type of guy. I do like comedy. I enjoy that. I watch less and less of it anymore. Like, I used to watch a ton of comedians and stuff. Now, just, to be honest, every time Shane Gillis releases a special, I watch that. That's about it. Later, Raven. Sounds good. Have you ever watched Meat Eater? One of the best hunting shows? Oh, yeah. I haven't watched the last couple of seasons. I'm way behind on that. I gotta get caught up, but... yeah, I think probably the best hunting show out there. There's some deers, finally. Whole bunch of them. Now, is that a zone that we would ever try to make a main zone, or would we make this exteriors? Probably this would be one that we make exteriors, I think. So, like, I think we would just shoot some of these and not claim them now, just to kind of start that process. I know we don't have anything stacked, but, like, I don't know. To me, anyway, I don't mind killing a couple to try to get that going. But we at least gotta know what's where. I just don't... I don't think we would ever grind this one. Doesn't make a lot of sense. You know Leatherwood Outdoors? I don't watch them a lot, but yeah, I know. So I'm not claiming those. What's our kill total at? Still could do another 10 or so. I think this lake you guys said about. Meat Eater Podcast has a lot of cool guests. I've probably listened to more Meat Eater podcasts than I've watched in the last year or so. Did you get a great one, Fallow? We did not. They could be at the lake below the one you're at on the right. This little C-shaped thing? I don't think I knew that. Tim Wells and Josh Bomar are my favorite hunters. Tim Wells is a super nice guy. Got to meet him. Really, really cool dude. I've never met Josh Bomar. I don't love shooting at, like, antelopes walking away 100 meters and shooting them in the back of the neck, but he did make that shot. Alright, does this feel like a main zone? I think this... I'm going to claim whatever we shoot here. We'll have to make a decision later on this one. I could see him being a main zone, though. Start my whitetail great one grind. Just got a diamond. Nice. You're 1 diamond ahead of me. 2 guys chilling in a lake tub. The lake below the C-shaped thing has whitetail, but the C-shape doesn't. What the heck lake below it? This whole thing? Oh, I'm guessing maybe there. Because I have a zone there. The hunting Clarion in Cameron County really shows how many rattlesnakes PA hides in the hills. Yet northern PA has a lot of them. My brother-in-law, he's just all about rattlesnake hunting. Like, he goes and catches, I forget what he said, like a couple hundred in a day. You can get a, like a permit or whatever to keep 1 per year. So I forget how big the one he kept was this year, but he invites us to go every year, and I'm like, let me think, no. No thanks. You can keep all the snakes to yourself, and I'll be perfectly fine. Alright, I guess we'll check the upper end of this too. You've met Tim Wells? Yeah, at the ATA show in 2023. Him and TK actually hunted together, if you guys didn't know that. If you guys don't know, TK used to be the community manager for the Hunter Call of the Wild, but I was with TK at the ATA show, and we were walking around, like, we met all kinds of cool people. But, yeah, they were planning that hunt they were doing together, so at some point we crossed paths. They talked about that, and then, like, I was just kind of standing there, because I knew TK had, like, something he had to figure out with him, so I wasn't trying to be like, hi, Tim Wells. So I just stood there, was just chilling, you know, letting them do their thing, and he was like, hey, what's your name? And I'm like, oh, hey, you know, my Flinter is not my name. Don't read my name tag. Anyway, I just appreciated that, because he could have just been like, all right, this kid's just standing here, whatever. So I thought that was cool. What does rattlesnake taste like? Chicken. The lake directly across your lake has some. In that case, maybe I should fast travel across, but we can go back to the outpost and do that. Kill count for the fallow grind, I know it's over 3,000. Over 5 for sure. I'm not saying we're done with fallow. Like, Friday we'll be back on fallow in all likelihood. But for the sake of not going over 100k before we, find something cool to shoot, that's why we're on to whitetail. It's a really cool story. I'm trying to think of who else we met at the ATA show. Chris B, briefly. I ain't gonna lie, he was a little standoffish, but maybe he was busy. I'm not trying to judge him. TK said hi to him, and he was just kind of like, hi? And I was like, you're recognizable, bro. Like, it wasn't like he was trying to get your attention because he just wanted to mess with you. Who else did we see there? We didn't talk to the hunting public guys, but like I remember Aaron Warbriton was there, and like he was just surrounded by a crowd of people the entire time. There was no getting to him. I saw Jester, just didn't talk to him. Who else was there? I mean, kind of everybody, really. But I'm trying to think of who we had like actual interactions with. Is that a regular golden eye? Yeah, I think so. I don't have a thick scope, but it looks common enough. I think. We're gonna go with yes. Alright, nothing on this end. Hard pass on snakes. This rattlesnake bite hurts? Rattlesnake bite? What the heck happened? I think it's like catfish. It's either very greasy or delicious. I guess I could see that from snake. Kind of makes sense. Congrats for the rare lion. I was hunting Gensbuck when you posted it, and it was fun to watch and fun to hunt. Oh, nice. That worked out good. Why would you need a thick scope? To like zoom in and be able to see if that was a rare golden eye or not? Wah, wah. If you had frog legs, rattlesnake tastes like that? I don't think I have had frog legs. I saw a frog today, though. It was in the garden. And I thought it was a snake for a minute. So we want to go here, or maybe that big lake? I have whitetail zones right here. But I think they're invisible right now. How's whitetail setup coming along? We're getting things sort of in place to where we can maybe do a run or two. Oh, I thought it's one of the ambient birds. I'm not sure we're really going to do much beyond like a singular run if we even get to that, because again, the whole 100k kills thing, but also if you have headphones in, I would probably turn them down. Shadow's almost definitely going to bark in a minute here. Frog legs aren't all that great. I thought that said all that green, which, you know, I wouldn't expect frog legs to be green because I would hope they would be cooked. Anyway, how's Crow going to react when you get that typical rack? He'll probably just, like, block me on all communications. Don't talk to me. Shadow must be so tired. There's no way she didn't bark at that. Why not a Ski Ridge for the whitetail grind? From what I've seen, I think it'd be a good map for them. I've heard that the respawns aren't great, but I also don't want to tear down my mule deer setup, because I probably will go back to mule deer at some stage. I think, you know, I don't have all the mule deer racks anyway. I still don't have a leucistic, so I really want to get that. And my mule deer setup's in a pretty good spot, so I don't want to screw that up. It ain't easy being green. It's not easy being Aaron. It's pretty much the same thing, isn't it? What's up, Nova? Big leg with the boat. Down one. I don't... Oh, yep. They are there. Now again, is this a main lake? Is this a solo? Or, I mean, in an exterior lake? I don't know. Like, just drop those two and leave them if we can. Get our breath back. Which one, Mel, or both? Poor Aaron. Sad Kermit is not the ideal comparison that you want. Say hashtag Mel famous in that voice. I don't even know if I can. Hashtag Mel famous. Pretty cool. Want a golden eye diamond? They are indeed cool. He bullies me, so it's fine. And another thing about British comedy, let me tell you.
He was on a roll that day.
He was getting after it. Alright, well those aren't ones, and you're supposed to leave level ones, but until we're like actually trying to shoot zones down, I don't know that I want to do anything about that. Any diamonds? No diamond whitetail Carter. A couple of okay 2s and stuff. No 3s. Is red deer a good first grind? What'd you say? I don't think it's too bad. Red deer on Tailroa, as far as I understand, is pretty straightforward. I was mortified that day. Your entire country has bad comedy, and Aaron's going to tell you why. Nothing there. I kind of like how this is laying out, actually. Although I don't feel like we have as many deer up here as we need. That might be a problem. I do have some whitetail zones there, or a whitetail zone. And there. So maybe we'll go and check that spot. What's going to happen first, Great One Whitetail or my 200? Well, keep in mind, Great One Whitetail has to follow Great One Fallow. And that is still going. Any rares? No rares. Sounds good, Polecat. We'll catch you later. For me, there's always deer near the lodge on the right side of that lake. This one? I think I have one herd there anyway. Yeah, but I still gotta get the 200. This is true. Huge. One I was just at. Near the lodge. Oh. I didn't even realize there was a lodge. I mean, I could see up as far as, like, there. Again. We're in the setup phase, so if we gotta go back, it's all good. 14K. Rookie numbers. That one guy that hunts nothing but the center tower would never. Gonna press new game? Give it a shot. You can always back up your save file too, like, well, if you're on PC. You can always back up your save file if you're, you know, afraid that's maybe not something you definitely want to do. Wasn't that a lynx? We got a moose fleeing call instead. You have more than him? Yeah, but he would have a 200 by now. Maybe he has multiple 200s. You ever think about that? It must be, it shouldn't be the club meeting, but there's a couple of people going down there. And Shadow is really sleepy, so she's not barking at any of them, I guess. What's up, Yeti? If they had a new map, do you think it would be another Arctic map with polar bear or a Middle Eastern map with a new goat species? I don't think they would do an Arctic map right after doing like a snowy region like a Ski Ridge. So if you're making me pick between the two as the next map, I'd say it's more likely to do like a Middle Eastern map. He has one shot a few months back. See? You could just spend your entire life hunting the middle tower and definitely not going completely insane. And you could get him. Whitetail can spawn the little pond to the right of the starting lodge. Oh boy, where's the starting lodge? Here? I'm guessing that looks like it would have potential. If I save to my USB on PS5 and hit new game accidentally, could I load off that same way? I'm not familiar enough with console to say for sure. I'm gonna guess you could, but I definitely wouldn't, you know, go and experiment with it. Favorite map so far? It is a Ski Ridge. I know it's brand new, but the map is just amazing. Then I have to live with the fact that my 200 was shot out of the middle tower. I know. I'm very, very glad that mine was a red feather one, and I'm also glad that you're, you know, hunting red feather and stuff and not just spamming middle tower for it. Deers. Really kill a couple of them. I was really wanting to do like mountain lakes as main zones, but I may consider this one because this feels like a pretty easy spot to grind. We'll see what happens. Grinds and grind setups and all that stuff are, you know, largely about adapting. Easy to grind as I goofed up that shot, but you know. So can I do a tent like right up here? Yeah. That spot's where I got my great one. So what you're saying is it's a good spot and I should grind it. Oh, links. What do you think of Aaron Rodgers tying Brett Favre for 4th all-time on the passing touchdowns list? He should have passed Brett Favre at 509, but Calvin Austin's a goober. He threw what was almost definitely going to be a touchdown to Pat Freiermuth, but Calvin Austin, like, fell off his route and went back towards the back corner of the end zone and got in the path of it, tipped it into the air, got intercepted. The game literally turned on that play. I think they win the game if that doesn't happen. So, it sucks that he didn't break the record. He's going to. It's not like he's not going to throw a touchdown pass, but I will say he's getting the crap beat out of him. The O-line's not helping him. So I think he'll throw another touchdown. Are you going to herd manage? That's the plan. Because it was the only spot I didn't discover on my map until like 600 kills into my grind. And when I found it, there it was. Oh, he was already there? So this, I guess almost any lake can be a bouncer lake, but like I've got certain spots on my mule deer grind, for instance, that just seem like they really attract bouncers, you know? How angry do you get when the Steelers lose? Depends. Like, I wasn't actually angry yesterday. I think I was shocked. Not shocked that they lost, but like, that play that I just said about happened where the ball gets tipped in the air and intercepted. Seahawks go get a field goal, and then Caleb Johnson lets the ball go right over his head and sit in the end zone and gave him a free touchdown. And I was just sitting there like, is this really how we're going to lose this game? Just by like mental errors? All right. You know, like had they lost the Jets game, I would have been pretty upset because getting pushed around the run game like that really sucks. Like that's just so tough to watch. So you killed it? No. We're just setting up for whitetail. So if you look at this, we're 17 kills away from 100K. I don't want to, like, I didn't want to push Fallow any further and then end up not getting it anyway. So we're just, you know, getting whitetail set up. And we will resume Fallow probably Friday. Couldn't help but LOL when Kenneth Walker scored. Yeah, 3rd and goal from the 19 or whatever. The most predictable call ever on that play was a run. I don't even know. Just about none of the games yesterday really made a lot of sense. I'm trying to think of any results that were, you know, the Colts and Broncos one was pretty wonky. I know Bears and Lions was an extreme blowout. What new species do you hope they'll add to the Hunter? First, I'd like to see leopards on the Africa map. If we're assuming new species means new species to existing maps, that's a good one. Pronghorn on Nez Perce could be pretty neat. I get behind that. Turkeys. It could be a fun small game. You're not setting up whitetail on New England mountains? Nah, I like my well, actually I'm doing fallow deer. I somewhat value my sanity. A little bit. Hey. Niners Saints was one of the most normal games. Not the Niners getting their quarterback injured and then getting to play the worst team in the league. Awfully useful. Hot take, Goff is the best quarterback in Detroit Lions history over Matthew. That is a hot take. I don't agree with it, but I mean, he's won far more in Detroit than Stafford did, but I don't know that Stafford ever had the support that Goff has and has had. Would be awesome to get one there. Oh, the views would be amazing. You know, if I were a better Great One grinder or somebody that did nothing but Great One grinding, I probably would do that. But I don't want to sacrifice my sanity to New England Mountains Great One grind. Stafford did add Megatron. He did. What would it take to get you back into the Hunter? A new map. That would help, at least in like, you know, some small capacity. I think it would take something pretty fundamental to change to really get me back into it, because like what I find is I'm always going back to the same places over and over again. And I know I'm great when grinding, I'm going back to the same places over and over again. But like outside of stream days, I do like, you know, just casual hunts and stuff in Call of the Wild. For me, it's that repetitive nature of like going back and then you're not killing anything, right? Like, biggest one's a 4-star, and you know, maybe you shoot a 1-star mature, but how much fun is that? As the great Sandy Cheeks once said, almost some. So I almost wish they would go to like a more the Hunter Classic-esque system, like a random spawns every session kind of thing. Would they fundamentally change the game now? I don't know. I guess I could grind this lake. We're going to kill 2 just in case. I don't think we killed the biggest 2, but that's okay. The game itself in Way Hunter needs a change. Ultimately, and unfortunately, I do think that's the case. And I'll put a tent here, I guess. Although, be a little awkward too. Where are my trap? Oh, they're in. Oh, there it is. There is no more open space than a trail. Thank you. Think the Chiefs are going to suck? I imagine they'll be just fine. Now, they've got a really tough schedule here. So, they may need to scrap and claw to get into the playoffs, but I think they'll get in. Tell you what's annoying. I don't want to have to go refill my drink because there's only like 30 minutes left, but I think I'm going to have to go do it. So, let me get this tent down somewhere. How do you like Deer Hunting Camp worth buying? I think it is. Like, it's a $20 game, which I realize is fairly steep for what it is. But the developers already talked about, like, adding trophy lodges. He's added ground blinds, a number of different racks for the deer and stuff. To me, the game continues to improve enough, and like, I have 50 hours in it as is. And if I spend 20 bucks on a game, the way that I always view it, if I spend 20 bucks, if I can get 20 hours of fun out of it, got my money's worth. Going nice. Going beyond, you know, that 20-hour mark, even better. Is Ultimate Hunting ever going to come out? Who knows? A boy can dream. And I've been dreaming. Nice landing. Thank you. You setting up for Whitetail? We are, or at least like trying to kind of get a setup going. I doubt we'll be like entirely set up, but somewhat. So I think, yeah, I thought Whitetail drank here. This is clearly a place that we want to make exteriors. There's not much point messing with that right now. Let's just do a quick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we could set up a couple more spots. But I wouldn't mind some claiming tents too. Oh, that check here? I don't remember. Do you still play the season? Nah, I will get back into it, assuming he gets everything like fixed, but from what I've heard, it's just like super laggy and stuff. When should we start getting news about the new map? I would guesstimate November-ish. Probably somewhere in there. What am I doing? Change the time. Change the time. There we go. Whitetail grind on this map has been no claiming tents. Does that mean you're grinding 16 different zones? That seems high, but maybe it's not. There's a big season update coming. Do you know what it is? And are you allowed to say? Kyle is about to get hangry. Could you just bring me like a small glass of water up when you're done? Or are you not coming back up here? Am I the only one with like over $200 in Call of the Wild? I imagine a lot of us have that. Now, I will say, like, I've been fortunate, because the, like, the partner program provides DLCs for free. I probably haven't bought anything but cosmetics in Call of the Wild in, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. But that's not to say I wouldn't. You know, I've got way more than $200 in the Hunter Classic to give you an idea of, you know, if there's a game I really play a lot, I have no problem putting money into it. You know, the way I view it, if it's a legitimately good game, A, happy to support the development and developers of said good game. But also B, like, if I'm having fun with it, and there's something else, like, more enjoyment I could get out of the game by paying for it, why am I going to be mad about that? No idea, but I think it's going to be the Browning system. Okay, now if he gets that in the game, and if the game runs good, that's a pretty big key. Because it's tough to enjoy that game when it's 10 frames per second, and you're sitting there, thank you. Pink. Oh, did you put the strawberry stuff in it?
Yeah.
I didn't know what that was. What the heck was I saying? Oh, it's hard to enjoy that game when it's running at 10 FPS. Cool, you know, season over season genetics, not really genetics, animal system in place or not. But if it runs good, I'll get back into it. I don't know what, I'm gonna maybe let Dip explain that, JTAC. I know what it is, but I'm not sure if he's told me stuff in private that I'm not supposed to say. I'll see what he says, and then I'll add to whatever that is. Toxic, thank you so much for the super chat, man, and the super sticker. I don't know why that alert's not playing. I imagine it probably will in a second. Either way, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, man. How dare the alert system just be rude like that? Well, I guess it says no. Later, Allie. Gonna be like 10 deer that live on your map, that grow, they can roam off your map and die. There's also, I hope I'm not spoiling things, there's also going to be rut cruisers. So you're not only hunting the same 10 bucks over and over again, you're going to get new ones to come onto the map as well. Colton, thank you for the super chat as well, man. Just here so I don't get fined. You guys want to bet that that's what Marshawn Lynch thought when that play call was not a handoff to him on the 1 yard line? He probably thought, I really am just here. I thought that too. How do you think Aaron Rodgers will play against the Patriots on Sunday? I hope good, man. We don't play the Patriots good most of the time. Like, we lost to them that year. They were 2-10 or something. And, you know, we had just had Kenny Pickett get injured, whatever, sure. But, did we play Mitch Trubisky? Because he was terrible for us. But whatever the case may be, you know, that was a pretty bad team that we somehow still managed to lose to. So I'm not, you know, this current version of the Patriots is definitely better. I'm not going to sit here and make any bold predictions that they're going to do well. I hope they win, mostly because then I can make fun of Scarecrow. But if they lose, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm shocked. W Dono, indeed. Ooh. Need to just keep an eye on kills here because we're getting a little high now. About 13 away, we're still okay. Missed the next shot. That'll kill him. So what I want to do is get a tent set up for this zone. And probably across the way is the best if we just take this boat. But now I shot a buck that I gotta find. After 11:30, Ribbon Tule becomes too foggy. Does look that way, doesn't it? Yeah, it was Marshawn Lynch at the Super Bowl press conference saying that, Justin. He didn't want to go. He didn't want to have to talk to the press, but I guess it was a requirement. And that was his answer to like every question. And he did, in fact, get fined. Scored 159 fantasy points. Nice. I'm assuming that's like a standard PPR league. There's blood. That's not looking particularly promising, but he's dead. It is also a sound alert on my Twitch. This is true. There's many sound alerts on Twitch. If you guys didn't know, I stream on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Flinter Gaming. Shadow just got up like she's gonna bark at something. You think they'll add mouse and keyboard support to console? I've been wishing. I don't see a reason why not to. Like, I hope they do. I've kind of always been surprised that it wasn't a thing, but yeah, I hope one day that's something they add. 159 is crazy. I didn't even score more than 75. My one league, I'm gonna be like probably 75 or less. Last week I had an excellent week. I think I was in like the 145 range or something. There's a nice one. This week, not so much. Stud. Stud. Big mail. Not good shooting, but big mail. Alright, that'll get him. I wonder, could we set up a tent? Oh, we can't. It's gonna be far for that one. Ooh, maybe not. Yeah, that little hill's in the way. Well, I think I'm still gonna maybe put a tent here. And that way we can shoot like across, and then maybe we can somehow make both spots work. Come on. Come on. Good enough. Chickens are very happy to be outside again. I can't wait to get chickens. Did you get any eggs yet, mistress? I remember when we first got chickens, it takes some, like, they gotta settle in and everything before they usually start laying. Friday streams are 4 hours as well, Justin. They're 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern. Now, again, hunting season is nearly upon us. I'll likely end up doing those streams. Like, I might do, like, a 3-hour deal, stuff like that. You know, just to get out that evening. It'll depend. Depend on the day, depend on the weather and all that. Also, Friday uploads, as of the first week of deer season, are also going to go away. There's still going to be the Friday streams. But, I'm not saying I'm doing away with deer hunting camp. It'll probably just be like a Saturday video sometimes instead. But just be aware of that as well. And by the way, those Friday uploads will come back when deer season's over. Because I've really enjoyed doing them. Shadow's going to be an old lady when we get chickens, or will have to be, you say? My thought was, like, do we get a vital hit? What? Alright. So, like, I'm trying to remember about the age that we were when we got chickens. I would say, like, 10-ish. Yeah, that'd be about right. And I thought, looking back on it, that it was a good way to learn some responsibility and stuff, and also, you know, you see the benefit of, like, your hard work, like, or not that hard work to feed chickens, but when you're 10 and you'd rather be playing Madden or whatever, y'all get my point. Anyway, you know, you go out there, you feed them every day, you give them water, you collect the eggs. Oh, look at that. Breakfast, and it's healthy and way better than store eggs. Gotta drop a Call to Wild stream for a classic stream? I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna do that. So the classic streams typically go away in hunting season, and that probably will be the same thing this year. But with the baby coming in February, I'm not doing a 7:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. stream on Wednesdays. I'm either gonna do it earlier in the day, or something. I gotta figure that part out, you know, next spring. But the classic streams will come back, they just won't be the same time they used to be. Hey, Graves. Even as deer season comes to a close, grave season never ends? Are you saying you're in season? I'm not sure what that means. But it's a little concerning. I'm going to kill just the big one. We got one shot loaded. Did you get your fallow? We did not. We're just setting up for whitetail because we are very close to 100k, 10 away as of that kill. And because it was very clear, like, you know, there was no sign of a great one fallow showing up, I want to get something good for kill number 100k. I wanted to, you know, stop grinding fallow because that was an hour and a half ago. So we're setting up for whitetail. We're kind of spending our time doing something productive, killing some whitetail along the way. We'll come back to Fallow on Friday, and probably Wednesday's video is going to be trying to get to 100k. Well, trying to get to 100k. Trying to get something really good for 100k. It's not going to be that hard to kill 10 animals. Drop Friday, Call the Wild stream, and do Classic instead. I'm sure that wouldn't make dozens of people mad. A rogue chicken? Nice. Alright, so this could be interesting. We could set this lake up pretty good. Because here's my thought. There's a zone here. There's a zone there. We could use this boat and only need one tent. We just have to get the tent in the right spot. Somewhere like there. How do we see across? Maybe then... I guess we could do the tent in the middle? That would just... We're maybe going to use the four-wheeler a little bit. Get to the boat and then travel. It'll still be faster. Named one of the roosters Pumpkin? Of course. If Classic was on console, it could pay the bills. Classic videos and stuff still do fairly well for me, but... Yeah, as far as... You know... maximum reach or whatever, that's Call of the Wild is the one that gets the attention. Pumpkin. Dilutius Maximus is still an option for 100k. I guess if I struggle that bad, it's probably gonna be what I record tomorrow. If I struggle that bad tomorrow and really can't get nothing, Dilutius Maximus is an option. He has orange feathers. I had to. You know, at that point, does he have a... Some roosters do have like green feathers on their head. Or on their head. Does he have like a little stem head? Green feathers. Let's mark where they were standing. This will be an interesting zone actually, but I think if we could get it set up right, it could be really nice. Good to know, Jay. Glad to know that. I mean, in true Debo form, you know. How close to 100k? 10 kills away, so we're casually setting up for whitetail and stuff. I'm fairly resigned to probably we're killing number 100k on video this week. Unless, you know, a crazy whitetail were to spawn the next 10 minutes. That'll take us 10 minutes to finish running around this lake and getting stuff set up. Some tufties here. Almost see down to there. Harvest Dutch Vanderloot for 100k. I just don't want to kill the poor little guy. He's been there for, you know, 3 different mule deer great ones now, 1 in his zone. He's been there for 2 super rares, a super troll in his zone. You know, I think he's the harbinger of good luck, to be honest. I think killing him would be, you know how like it's 7 years of bad luck to do all these different things? I think killing Dutch or Loot or Dilutius Maximus would be 12 years of bad luck. Oh boy. So it'd be there and there. That should work. I don't see why not. Alright, and how many tents can we place? At least 1 more. If you didn't know, the very first thing that'll come up if you try to place it is no more structures of this type allowed. If you get any message other than that with even like an unplaceable tent, you can place at least 1 more. Let's see. Fairly okay with everything that we got set up there. Let's do... We didn't check this spot. Oh, and there's that lake behind, or this zone behind this outpost. It's official, the 100k has to be a super rare scrub hair. I thought I killed one at one point. I got a gray diamond scrub hair, and apparently it's light gray that's actually rare. But I'll be happy enough with... I don't want it to be a diamond ibex or something that's really easy to get. But if we could get a... You know... A rare of any kind. Ideally like a male rare, but depends. Some kind of nice diamond. I'd be happy with that. It's a little after 12. They're leaving. That's a nice little zone. Probably gonna just smoke that one too. Or not. Pfft. Way to stop right when I shot. I wonder if... Are we grinding that spot? We might. So maybe we put a claiming tent on that end? Hey, just have fun. Mellow male bighorn, that would be sick. Finally made it through a stream. Welcome on in, Aaron. Good to have you here. Oh. Some goobers are stragglers, that's okay. Wasn't gone as long as I thought. Welcome back, Polecat. We've got about 10 more minutes of setting up to do. I think we're gonna have like a full grindable setup. I'm not saying it's fully set up, but we're gonna have 16 tent setups where we can like really go through this. I see what you're talking about, Kyla. Good lord. Shadow got a treat half the size of her food dish. How many kills? For Fallow, we went over 5,000. Right now we're setting up for Whitetail. We did not kill a great one Fallow, by the way. We're simply switching up because we're really close to 100k, and I'm trying to get something good as number 100k. If you're asking how many Whitetail kills, like 10. Okay, can still do one more tent yet. And I may... Well, let's check this spot. Because I do have... But that would never be a spot I would grind. Really? It's just going to be exteriors? I think I'm going to put my claim tent there. For now. Do you have a favorite alcohol and food? I'm pretty basic when it comes to alcohol. Like, I drink Miller Lite. It's pretty much just my beer choice. Favorite food? Biscuits and gravy. Glad you switched it up. Fallow got boring. I mean, it's only switching it up as long as we, I should check for one more spot, because somebody said they had no claim tents. Anyway, it's only switching up as long as we go today. We'll be right back to Fallow, don't worry. I don't think those little pawn... Like, I feel like that would be a bouncer zone or something. Oh, maybe there you guys were talking about. That might be where we want our last tent. Drink the tall Miller Lights? I'll drink any Miller Lite. What do you think of the Bills game? I didn't get to watch it. I saw the result. I saw it. Did Josh Allen break his nose? I bet that felt good. We talking sausage gravy or chicken gravy? Both, but sausage gravy is my favorite one. Biscuits and chicken gravy is also really good. Don't remind me. Hey, wait till Saturday. It's going to be serious when it comes to Steelers and Patriots stuff, all right? Just bagged a 508 Rocky Mountain Elk. Nice. I won't drink the tall boys. I'll just get regulars. I just got here. We're talking gravy. That's what I like to hear. Yes, sir. I'm really hungry. I'm not going to lie talking about that. But I've got leftovers for dinner. I think tomorrow we might be making some venison burrito tacos. We'll see. Sausage gravy superior? True. Are you a college football fan? Not really. Like, I'll watch it if it's on. I don't closely follow it or anything. Just want to check that Hazel Grouse track. It is not large. You can sleep in the guest room then? You mean the new office? That's gonna really be unfortunate because I can't reach you to rub your back from there. So that sounds like a you problem. I can go right to bed. I like tacos. Same here. I don't know if you like whiskey, but the new Blackberry Jack is pretty smooth. I like whiskey. I don't know if I have a particular whiskey that I go for, like whatever is there. I like it. Used to like moonshine, and then, anyway. If it's late, I'll be annoyed. I mean, I'd like to do something like we did last time, 8 to 11 or somewhere in there. You gonna come up here and bark? You've been so good the whole stream. You're gonna bark at somebody before the end, though. I just know it. Get out of there, you weirdo. Not the response she wanted. Just saying, like, you remove back rubs and all of a sudden, not a good idea anymore. My opinion, all gravy apostrophes, are brilliant in their respective applications and therefore one of God's many gifts to mankind. There's a reason gravy and great kind of sound similar. That's it. That's all I got. What the? Oh. Huge male. Giant level 1. Great V. There you go. Even better. Now we're talking. Well, this might not be as good a lake as I thought it was going to be. Because, there's one doe in that zone. There is... Didn't I have 3? It's an okay buck and a baby buck in that zone. And, well, that one's decent. But it's only one buck. I guess I'll put a tent here for now. Just to have something. And I believe that's going to be our last tent. So we'll set that up. We'll have it. I'm not entirely sure this is going to be a long-term zone. Depending on where you are, some people describe all thickened sauce as gravy. Therefore, gravy is a universal truth. Can't argue with that logic. Put it on backstrap one time? Ooh. I don't think there's ever a time it's a bad idea. I mean, like, maybe on ice cream or something. But other than that, don't think there's ever a time it's a bad idea. And is that it? Is that all of our tents? Alright. So just for fun here, gonna kind of take a look at the setup. No whitetail on New England. I like my sanity actually a little bit. You have no backstrap left? We got plenty of that if you ever want to do a trade. Gravy on ice cream sounds like a crime against food. But according to Graves, who would know everything about gravy, if you think about it, thickened sauce equals gravy. Couldn't you make the argument like chocolate on ice cream is just gravy? What's better, Parquet or Quattro, or they both poop? I think they're both good. Better? Probably Quattro by a little bit. I like both maps. Alright, we're already off to a roaring start. There's no bucks here. So, I knew that. But I left this tent because I wonder if they'll come back here when we start shooting stuff. So we did know about that. Check this spot. Should I play Minecraft or grind more? Maybe both. You can make it a sweet kind of gravy, cornstarch and sugar. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Getting ready for bow season. Do you hunt archery as well? I do. Spent a good chunk of this weekend getting archery stuff set up. I was helping my dad build a stand. He can't really hunt like lock-on stands and stuff anymore because his back and stuff's bad, so he can't sit down for a long and he can't stand for a long time, and eventually like all that standing up and sitting down he loses balance. So we'll build like permanent stands with sides and everything. So we did that. I hung a stand this weekend for my own. Set up 2 ground blinds for Kyla because she's pregnant, so she's not going to be climbing into stands. Been a busy weekend. Is dark spotted rare for hog deer? It is not. Alright, there's actually some bucks here. This looks like we have some fine tuning to do though, because they're not exactly in huge numbers. Can we have a zone on that side too? It's 11:52, they should be there. Well, as expected. Some work to do. You set that one stand off the power line? Yes. I filmed doing that one, so that'll be in a video. I'll kind of show you what that looks like, but I'm pretty excited about that stand. I think, you know, right place, right time, all that stuff's still going to factor in, but I really think that's a place that could end up catching up with a big buck. Not like I don't have a bunch of stands and stuff right back there, but got a decent little buck over there. Not bad. All right, well, I don't know anything to go back to the trophy lodge for, but we ended up 10 kills away from 100,000. So as said, probably Wednesday's video, that's going to be what we go and do. I haven't fully committed to a map just yet. We'll see where we end up going to try to do that. But, I can't believe that fallow grind's still going. But it's going to be nice. Like, whitetail's partway set up, so, you know, in like 10 or 15 years when we get our Great One fallow, we're going to be able to jump right to whitetail and get this thing going. So on that note, that is going to do it for this stream. As always, I appreciate you guys hanging out, especially, you know, as we just sat here and chatted about stuff as we set up our whitetail, but I think getting that done is going to help us out, like I said, down the road. Anyway, thank you guys again for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the support, as always, and I'll see you in tomorrow's video. By the way, little Hunter Classic video, some big males hit the dirt, and that was big males plural.